Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to DADA's 3rd anniversary. So just a quick announcement, if you haven't yet served, kindly make your way to the buffet stations just outside of the room. If you haven't served breakfast, kindly make your way to the buffet stations and head back in. Thank you.
Continue. wake up, I see you as you leave. I feel it, I see it as you leave. When we kiss, I won't eat, but you're far away. Viva quiero, viva yo, femicile. Viva quiero, yo paro, femicile. Say, Turn your lights down low and pull down your window curtain. Oh, let your moon come shining into our lives again, singing, ooh, it's been a long, long time, yeah, trying to get this message to you, boy, but it seems I was never on time. Still I gotta get through to you, boy, on time, on time, yeah. I wanna give you some love, yeah. I wanna give you some good, good loving. Oh, I want to give you some good, good loving. Turn your lights down low. I never ever try to resist. Oh no, 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 no. Oh, let your come. I love you, and I want you to know right now that I want to give you some love. I want to give you some good, good loving. Oh, now, now, now. I want to give you some good, good loving. Loving you is like a song I replay every 3 minutes and 30 seconds of every day. And every chorus was written for us to recite this beautiful melody of devotion every night. This potion might carry me in a wave of emotion to ask you to marry me. And every word, every second, and every third expresses the happiness more clearly than ever heard. And when I play them, every chord is a poem telling the Lord how grateful I am, because I know the harmonies possess a sensation similar to your caress. And if you're asking, then I'm telling you it's yes. Stand in love, take my hand, jobless. Oh, say, I want to give you some good, good loving. Oh, I want to give you some love. I want to give you some good, good loving. Oh, now, now. I want to give you some good, good loving.
Recording stopped.
would take an eternity to break us. Even chains of Amistad couldn't hold us. Your love is my love, and my love is your love. It would take an eternity to break us. Even chains of Amistad couldn't hold us. I'm in chains, you're in chains too. I wear uniform and you wear uniform too. I'm a prisoner, you're a prisoner too, Mr. Jailer. I have fears, you have fears too. I will die, yourself will die too. But life is beautiful. Don't you think so too, Mr. Jailer? I'm talking to you, jailer. Stop calling me a prisoner. Let he who is without sin be the first to cast a stone, Mr. Jailer. Mr. Jailer man, you suppress all my strategies. You oppress every part of me. So what you don't know, you're a victim too, Mr. Jailer. So you don't care about my point of view. If I die, another go work for you. So you treat me like a modern slave, Mr. Jailer. I'm talking to you, jailer. Stop calling me a prisoner. Let he who is without sin be the first to cast a stone, Mr. Jailer. I'm talking to you, jailer. Stop calling me a prisoner. Let he who is without sin be the first to cast a stone, Mr. Jailer. Mr. Jailer man. Say, if you're walking in the marketplace, don't throw stones. Even if you do, you just might hit one of your own. Life is not about your policies all the time. So you better rearrange your philosophies. Be good to your fellow man, jailer. Stop calling me a prisoner. Let he who is without sin be the first to cast a stone, Mr. Jailer. I'm talking to you, jailer. yeah. Oh, oh, oh. Hey, yeah. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. I'm taking my freedom, pulling it off the shelf, putting it on my chain, wearing it round my neck. I'm taking my freedom, putting it in my car, wherever I choose to go. It will take me far, living my life like it's golden, 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 golden, living my life like it's 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 golden. I'm taking my own freedom, putting it in my song, singing loud and strong. I'm moving all day long, bringing my freedom, putting it in my stroll. I'll be high stepping young, and the joy unfold. Living my life like it's golden, 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 golden, living my life like it's 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 golden, golden, living my life like it's golden, 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 living my life like it's golden, 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 golden. Oh, I'm holding on to my freedom, can't take it from me. I was born into it, it comes naturally. I'm drumming my freedom, playing the God in me. I'm representing His glory. Hope is found in me. Living my life like it's golden, 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 golden, living my life like it matters, like it matters, like it's golden. I'm living my life like it's golden, 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 golden.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up once more for June Kashuri and the DADA Band. What the amazing. Now, this is a celebration, a birthday, if you will, the 3rd anniversary of DADA. It's not just a product, it is a commitment to women here in Kenya. Now, before I continue further, allow me to recognize the presence of some very important people in the room, and of course, someone who will be joining us virtually. First off, the chief guest, 4th President of the Republic of Malawi, Her Excellency Dr. Joyce Banda, who will be joining us a bit later on in the program. We also have Professor Margaret Kobia, Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, Youth and Gender Affairs, Waziri. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Honorable Betty Maina, the Cabinet Secretary for Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development. Thank you. We also have Anna Mutavati, the country representative for UN Women Kenya, who will be joining us shortly. And of course, Mr. Charles Mudiwa, the Stanbic Kenya and South Sudan CEO with us. Thank you, sir. He is a very important he-for-she champion Of course, all other invited guests who are in the room and online. We are streaming live on Facebook, so this is exciting. We get to spread the joy and the happiness within the room online. I can see we all got the memo, right? Do most of us have the African print? For the most part? Looking absolutely lovely and vibrant. My name is Victoria Rubadiri, and I'll be your host for the next 3 or 4 hours. Let's see how this goes. It's exciting, and you know, whenever I do these kinds of things, I like to look at numbers and the significance and the symbolism. So I was online and looking at, so what's so special about number 3, right? And I think the one that struck me the most or hit me the hardest was the representation of 3 in the Hebrew language. So it means harmony, new life, and completeness. Isn't that beautiful? And I think that resonates with what DADA is all about, what Stanbic Kenya is trying to do when it comes to empowering women, uplifting them, and challenging them to do and to be better. And that's been a journey they've been on for the last 3 years. And we're celebrating that journey. We're celebrating the more than 45,000 women who have been on it with Stanbic Kenya up until this point. The theme is also really incredible. It's when women walk together, incredible things happen. Isn't that true? Right? And we really need to kind of leverage and take advantage of this room and the power and the influence of the women in it. Your network is your net worth. So don't take this for granted in terms of the connections that you can make. Well, we have a lot happening in terms of the speeches, the conversations that we'll be having throughout the morning. And we encourage you to share anything that touches you, that challenges you, that inspires you from what is said right here on the podium and on the stage. And we have a couple of hashtags that we want you to share on social media. It's hashtag DADA@3. Also use hashtag Dare to Aspire, Dare to Achieve, and that's actually the acronym for DADA, and hashtag It Can Be. So anything that you hear this morning that you want to share, we encourage you to put that out on your social media platforms. Now, without further ado, I'd like to invite our first speaker for the morning, Stanbic Kenya and South Sudan CEO, Mr. Charles Mudiwa, to give us the vision and why we are here. A hearty round of applause for him.
Good morning. Our honorable guests, the CS Kobia, CS Maina, a representative from UN Women, and our private sector champion, Flora, great to see you, and thank you very much for joining us today. And all our guests, esteemed guests, thank you for joining us today. It's just great to be among you and to join you and to see everybody here. We really appreciate you coming to join us today and just being here. It's really wonderful that you've all made it today. I mean, when I walked in here, it was kind of drizzling, and I was thinking, gee, during such weather, the relationship between us and the blanket is very close. Now, I'm not sure that you want to part and break that relationship. So I was so excited when I saw this room full. On my part, my major shareholder was the first one to get up this morning, so I had no choice but to get up, and I want to give you applause for making me get up this morning, and so I had no choice but to leave. DADA@3. For us at Stanbic, the idea of supporting women is not a luxury, it's a necessity. Because we believe that women empowerment is not a luxury, but a necessity. We have to start on a journey that says if we are to fulfill our purpose, which is Kenya as a home and Africa as a home, we drive a growth. Women have to be part of that journey. And we always look at it from a point of view like if you're driving a car with 4 wheels and one of the wheels has a puncture, you cannot get your destination. And we have to be part of that journey to make sure that we support the women and bring that to reality and make that life reality. When we started this journey about 3 years ago, we looked at how do we fulfill our purpose, Kenya as a home, we drive a growth. And we realized that we have to support women as a key part of fulfilling our purpose and living it through. And the first part of our journey was to work inside and say, how do we do things inside the bank? What must we do to get that? And we did a number of things. The first thing was, how many executives do we have on our women, on our executive? And at that time, I think we were like 15% of the executives were women. So we made a very conscious effort to drive women and get women onto our executive. Now I'm happy to say by 2022, 60% of the executive team in Stanbic is actually women. Now, unfortunately, it now means that men were in the minority and we're kind of almost getting extinct. So I'm trying to balance that up. I say, how do you bring that? But we have made a very conscious effort to drive that agenda. And having done the executive teams, we are now looking at the next levels of management to say, how do you bring in more women into management, into leadership? How do you bring more women into the bank? And currently, we're about 48% of our staff are now women, and we're hoping to get that number at least minimally to 50%. We also looked at our board, because our board was also largely men. And we also made a very conscious effort to bring in more women onto our board. And I still remember discussing with my chairman at that time, and we were like, we need to bring in more women onto this board. And he said, Charles, how do you do this? You actually go and say, I'm looking for a woman to be on the board. And I said, yes, that's what we're going to say. We will not be ashamed about it. We'll actually be deliberate and intentional to do it. And as a result, we moved the board from 30% women to now where we're at 51% women. And we want to drive this and push this agenda. So we're very conscious, deliberate, and intentional in our drive to empower women. Because unless we look at empowering women into the future, then our society will not be complete. Having finished the internal part, we also partnered with IFC and trained all staff to go through gender training. So I still remember sitting at that time, the Southern Sun, before it was closed, a whole day and sitting there and being taught about being gender sensitive and what it means. And we went through that journey to start to work to support women, but also to make ourselves aware of the things that women need and how we can partner with women, even at the workplace, and work together. Having finished the part about internal work, we now shifted to say, how do we support community? We now know what we need to do, and we started the journey about community. And that's where DADA was born. How do we provide a platform and a vehicle to empower women in the community? And we looked at DADA not just from the point of view of a product, but DADA has got 4 parts. There's a part about the financial wellness of women, which we thought was important. The second part was about the educational wellness of women. Then there's a piece about how do you create wellness, as in wellness, health wellness, which is that. And then, of course, how do you create about knowledge wellness? Now, we worked through that journey and have worked in a number of areas to support that. And as we start putting this parts together, we realized, and they told us off. By the end of the day, we all apologized to them for all the ills were done to all women in the world. So, men, you are toned because we really apologized. But what was more important is that we came out there understanding the requirements of women in business and in finance, and we supported that idea. And we've come up with the 3 programs. We have realized that women, there's those women who are just starting, we call them Mamamboga, who just don't have anything but who need social support. We've got women who need to grow their business and accelerate it. Then we've got women who are successful and are looking into the future. And we've devised different programs for each of them. And I want to thank CS Betty Minor here because we partnered with a ministry on the enterprise development side of it, and we put together an MOU where we started to support programs for the women with the bottom end through our foundation. And to date, what we have done is that we've now found some money with partners like GIZ, USID, where we're now giving women between, not zero, it can be zero, 1,000 to 50,000, which is interest-free money. It's a 2% interest. So you can get money from Stanbic at 2%. I know it almost sounds incredible. At 2% to start your small little business as a woman. And you can come actually go there. And we've started projects. Right now, I know we've rolled out in Nakuru. We are working in Meru. We were in Kericho a couple of weeks ago. And we did Western Gashu. And we've gone all over Kisumu, Mombasa. And we've started these programs where we're giving loans. They're effectively, I would almost call them interest-free loans, because the 2% is an admin fee, to allow them to start these businesses, small businesses, particularly after COVID. Because what we realized is that after COVID, a lot of us, they had this little money, the markets were shut down. Now they did not have capital to start, because, I mean, if I use a vernacular word, they ate the capital. And so they had no capital to start. So we gave them additional capital to start that project. And we were quite excited that we're seeing a lot of traction and excitement in the women in the markets. For the women in the middle who are trying to accelerate themselves, we are now looking at partnerships around this. But the starting point that we've done is with USAID, we got some money to give what I would call grants, which we call an accelerator grant. And we're giving up to 5 million shillings for you to accelerate. So we've got a business that's running, but it's stagnating and needs to progress to the next level. So every quarter we're advertising, and people bid for this money, and you come and present to us. And I think the Ministry of Industrialization has been very generous to us, supporting us to make sure this happens. So we're quite excited about that, and we've given out money so far. I think we're up to 50, 60 million that has gone out now this year, which is actually going out. This is money for Mahala. You don't pay it back. It just allows you to grow your business. So we're asking you to, we're going to advertising, I think for the third quarter, it's every quarter. For the third quarter just now, apply for it. You come, we've got a panel of women who look at your businesses. We've got the auditors, Ernst & Young, working with us to make sure this process is transparent and fair, and people are paid out this money and actually get their businesses to run. Then, of course, we've got the commercial loans, which the team will be talking about later on, how we can support women in a special program with loans that have got grace periods and also allow you to grow your business. So that allowed us the financial part. The health part, we focused on cancer, and we've been doing cancer screening across the country. Right now, as we speak, they're actually in the markets in Nairobi. And what we've been doing is to target the markets, because the women in the markets don't have the time to actually go into the clinics to be screened for cancer. And we have been working with a lot of organizations to just target women in the clinics, in the markets, to be able to do cancer screening. So we're quite excited that we've seen a lot of results and a lot of people coming together, and we've supported a lot of women around getting that piece right. Now, the knowledge piece, we again partnered with the Ministry of Industrialization, partnered with the Microsoft, and what we are now doing is training people across the country. The ministry generally gave us all their training centers across the country, 47 of them. We have contributed 500 computers, which are actually going into those centers. We are training over 1,000 trainers from the ministry who will now start to put there. We are now talking to other ministries. I know we've had concerned the Ministry of Health, also concerned the Ministry of Agriculture, to train and put content onto the platform. And we call it Future in Digital, which allows people to have access to training capabilities that whatever you want to train. So far, we have 50,000 people have gone through the program, and we're quite excited that we're seeing more and more. And some of them are actually quite successful. It was particularly effective during the COVID lockdown because a lot of people could not go to school, some of the young people, and they were logging onto this system. And I know I've got 2 young people, for example, in Nakuru, who have gone through this program, have become qualified coders certified by Microsoft, and actually working for an Australian company well based in Nairobi, coding at a global stage. So it gives that kind of ability for people to get access to those resources. So as we start looking into DADA for us into the next year, we want to see growth, and we will of course keep refining it, making it better. And our big theme for this year is we want to focus on women in business. And that's why I've invited my dearest friend here, Flora, so that we start to drive how do we empower women in business. Because for us, success is we want to see wealthy women. I don't think any of the women who are here have come here to become poor. I don't think so. I'm always told at home that God forgot one commandment, which is called the 11th commandment. Thou shalt not be poor. And we want to provide and make women rich. We want to make them wealthy. And Stanbic, That's really what we want to do. Because unless we get wealthy women, we will not succeed. 2 days ago, I sat in the Commonwealth Business Council, and one thing that struck me, almost every speaker was speaking there, was that the future is about empowering youth and women. And we have to play our part. So for us, like I said at the beginning, for Stand Big, empowering women is not a luxury, it's a necessity. We have to get it done. And I want to thank you for supporting us, for making this possible, for joining us today, because unless we empower women, society can never be fully empowered. And we believe that with DADA, with your support, we can make this possible, because it can be. I want to thank you.
One more round of applause for Charles Mudiwa, Stand Big Kenya CEO. And as he said, women empowerment is not a luxury, it is a necessity. I was also in Kigali, I was moderating the People's Forum, and that was just a recurring theme, and Charles is right. We can't move forward without putting women and youth at the center of advancing health, climate issues, business. I mean, you can't keep that element out, and so thank you so much for reminding us of that message, Charles, that came out. Our next speaker actually puts this at the center of their agenda. This is Anna Mutavati, the country representative for UN Women Kenya, and we know they have a global gender equality program that seeks to advance and forward the agenda of women. Round of applause for her. She comes to address us.
Let me acknowledge the presence online, hopefully, of our chief guest, Her Excellency, Dr. Joyce Banda. I also acknowledge my super CS, Professor Margaret Kobia, Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, Gender, and Special Programs. I know that's not correct, but it's close, right? That's why it's a super ministry. I also acknowledge the presence of CS Betty Maina, Ministry of Industrialization, Trade, and Enterprise Development. I further acknowledge Mr. Charles Mudiwa and Amai Mudiwa. Thank you for the visionary leadership at Stand Big Bank, Kenya. I also acknowledge your amazing staff that are behind all the success that you were talking about today. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, sorry, I also acknowledge, my apologies, Ms. Flora Mutahi, chairperson of KEPSA and founder and CEO of Melvin Marsh International Limited. Thank you, it's an honor to be with you here. It is a great honor for me this morning to be part of the Stand Big Bank DADA at 3. As one of our Women Empowerment Principles signatories, I'm pleased to be part and parcel of your journey towards economic empowerment of women, and I'm also pleased to be part of this celebration of your achievements of this shared goal. It is humbling that we are joined by Her Excellency, Madam Joyce Banda, a true embodiment of dare to aspire, dare to achieve. We can count on our fingers African and indeed world's female presidents, so we can count them like this. There are not so many, of which she is one. She dared the naysayers who thought she could never be president of her country because of her role as a trader, and yet here we are. She is also one of the few women leaders who have publicly spoken and taken action against gender-based violence. As we say in Kenya, heko kwako, I hope I said that correctly as well. As part of advancement of gender equality and empowerment of women, which, as you know, is a mandate of UN Women, we at UN Women and the UN Global Compact launched the Women Empowerment Principles in 2010 with the aim of encouraging business to join global efforts to advance gender equality and empowerment of women. So I think this was also a deviation from the previous, where the obligation and the mandate to advance gender equality and empowerment of women was solely the business of government alone and civil society organizations. So this effort in 2010 was also to say business plays a big part in empowerment of women and promoting gender equality. So the Women Empowerment Principles launched in 2010 formally brought government onto the table, where all hands were needed to advance gender equality and empowerment of women from different angles. The objective is to deepen, is to broaden, and to strengthen our engagement with private sector, to shift behaviors for gender-responsive business conduct. Currently, in Kenya, we have 57 companies that have signed up as signatories to the Women Empowerment Principles, so companies that have said, yes, we want to be part of this initiative where business comes in to play its part in advancing gender equality and empowerment of women. So our latest signatories were Gender Violence Recovery Center and the Women's India Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Kenya. The Kenyan signatories are part of a network of over 6,600 business leaders globally who have demonstrated commitment to advancing gender equality and empowerment of women in the workplace, in the marketplace, and in the community. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, statistics tell us about gender gaps in Kenya, and they are quite stark. I'll share a few of those. Kenyan women constitute over 60% of the 74% of Kenyans living in the rural areas where poverty remains high. The prevalence of absolute poverty in rural Kenya remains high at 49.1%. Additionally, approximately 50% of households are headed by women who are sole family providers compared to 48% headed by men. Yet women's gender roles and limited access to and control of productive resources exacerbate their poverty situation and limit their ability to participate in the marketplace. We also know that often women, especially those who represent marginalized groups, are underrepresented and unheard in national policy and program design and implementation. We at UN Women, through our work on women economic empowerment, emphasize on identifying initiatives that can be scaled up and connect women to locally available supply chains. We aim to increase the productivity of women in the agricultural value chain and to increase access by women entrepreneurs to existing and emerging markets and procurement opportunities. We are therefore working very closely with the government to make AGPO, that is the access to government procurement, as a gender-responsive procurement system to make it work better for women entrepreneurs. We do this through supporting government buyers to simplify the tender process and creating awareness to the majority of women rural dwellers who lack the information. Besides working with government, our partnership with private sector is very important to us. Given the current context of COVID-19, the private sector has a responsibility to use its power, its influence, and its resources to protect the rights, physical and mental well-being of employees and ensure long-term business recovery efforts and contribute to restoring economic stability. Therefore, Stanbic Bank Kenya, as a WEBS member and as a WEBS signatory, you are a great resource for the private sector to help protect the most vulnerable groups, including women and girls, through providing financial products that are accessible and affordable to women in business, and intentionally offering market opportunities to women-owned businesses and linking their businesses to technology, as you rightly said, Mr. Mdiwa, through favorable arrangements that consider women's businesses. We would like to congratulate Stanbic Bank Kenya for living up to all these aspirations through DADA. We are proud of the achievements that you have registered in the past 3 years, which will contribute significantly to government's efforts towards creating wealth for women. We've heard that concrete DADA achievements include expanding women's access to financial and non-financial solutions, supporting women to network, women businesses to grow and flourish together, and offering account holders financial benefits such as borrowing, saving, protecting, and managing their wealth. We look forward to hearing more from Stanbic Bank on the number of women reached with these products and the value thereof. We also hope we can hear some testimonies directly from the beneficiaries of DADA as we continue to inspire others to follow suit. Congratulations again, kwaheri na siku njema. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna Mutavati, UN Women Kenya representative, for your words and, of course, the numbers. You know, sometimes when you hear statistics, it really gives you a real picture of what's happening on the ground. And it's sad that women make up most of those who are impoverished in this country. But you know, on the bright side, from what the CEO said, we want to make you wealthy in this room. And he didn't use rich. There's a difference between rich and wealthy. Have you seen a wealthy person and how they carry themselves? A bit different from a rich person. And that's what they seek to do, is really to empower at all levels. And speaking of an individual who really seeks to do that and has been doing that since they entered office, is our next speaker. She sits at the helm of the Ministry of Public Service, Gender, Senior Citizens, Social Protection, and Special Programs. She's an academic, a PhD degree holder in human resource education, a respected mind in the management and governance space, a multi-award winner of countless awards globally, including the Order of a Grand Warrior and First Class Order of Chief of a Burning Spear from the President of the Republic of Kenya. But perhaps the most important part of her long and illustrious career is her passion and her commitment to empowering women, children, and the elderly in this country. What she has achieved certainly goes beyond policy and has transformed lives in this country. It's safe to say that she holds the government docket that truly is about the people in this country. Can we give a hearty round of applause for Professor Margaret Kobia?
Thank you very much, Judy, for that elaborate introduction. In fact, I'm a little bit shy. Thank you very much. Let me recognize our chief guest, Madam Joyce, who was also the president, former president, and who is also very close to Kenya. I think she was here just a few months ago to celebrate with us the last National Day. So to start with, I recognize also my colleague, Betty Maina, who is here with me, and I'm glad that you came. It's not very easy that you find in one event 2 CSCs are there. This is important. I also recognize Charles Midu and his beautiful wife, Pauline Abaya, and also UN Women and Mutavati, who has been very, very supportive and works very closely with me as UN works with the government. You have heard how many times she said the government. So give her a clap. And Flora Mutai, let me also recognize her for really coming to this event. First, I just also want to thank Charles for really inviting me. And right now in government, too many events are competing around the table. But anything that touches on women economic empowerment, I just feel like I want to come. not just to share what we are doing, but also for me to learn. I've always found it an opportunity to find something different, something more impactful, something that we can do together. So thank you very much for inviting me. And I am supposed to speak on what is my vision regarding gender equality and women empowerment. As I stand here, Kenya has already charted its vision, and we have irreducible kind of benefit, and the Constitution is the first document that guides us around inclusion and valuing diversity. And in the Constitution, in terms of elective, appointive, it has already indicated that not more than 2/3 of each gender. So that is the minimum, that is 30%. But my own vision myself, I always tell myself, in inclusion and especially gender, we need to be 50-50. Have you heard? We need to be 50-50 and with no apologies. Why? When President Obama was here, he told us, if half of your team is outside or that of your team, how do we score the goal? Can you? No, so in a country where, or in the globe where we have 50 more or less % of each gender, I think it's very important that we make deliberate and intentional effort to reach out and to see what does it take to have inclusion and diversity within our institution and within our work spaces. Therefore, with that, and sometimes I want to bring it really down that gender equality is just giving both men and women an equal opportunity, both socially, politically, economically, and culturally, to maximize our potential. Because we know, historically, one gender has been marginalized. And if you reflect around you are younger, you as a woman, you can't count how many times you have been told you can't. Women cannot do this. Women cannot be on the table. Women cannot sit in the board. Women cannot eat this part of the animal. Have you heard crazy things like those? And then we also hear other biases about men. So let us also be, there are those unconscious biases, gender biases, which in my view, we have made some gains, but we still continue to struggle with them. Maybe some of you who are here and younger, they think when you become senior and you become a cabinet minister, you don't experience gender bias. The story is, this continues. The only thing is, you know by that time, it doesn't really matter. You are just looking for equal opportunity. So I think with that, I need to encourage everybody. I have also, especially in this room, and the child said it, and Mutavat said it, that our poverty is our enemy. Get that clarity that so long as women continue being poor, and so long as women continue wearing the face of poverty, everything else doesn't work well. So I'm happy to be here because I know the effort of DADA is to improve and empower women economically. And when you empower women economically to do businesses, and especially small businesses, where 70% of small businesses are run by women. And we should not bother the whole question of where are women in big businesses. They start small businesses and one day there will be big businesses. So if Stanbic Kenya, Bank Kenya, can help around those 70% to find a bearing, to do their business, and finally they are able to go into big business, making big money, I'm sure then it makes all the difference, and that's why I was very encouraged to come. I also felt I needed to come, especially when I noted the Stanbic Kenya, Stanbic Kenya Bank is also implementing the UN combat principles in your strategies. I think that makes you stand out because the principles that touch on human rights, touch on labor, touch on caring environment, there's a whole big chapter on gender and climate. And then on the whole issue of governance and inclusion. Therefore, I am sure at the end of it, if you bring all that principles, you are in better business and you reach more women. And these women, as you reach them, they will also increase your customer base. So that means your core business is reached at that particular point. Let me say what the ministry does, because I didn't want to really read for you a whole speech because I know there are many speakers and I have like 10 minutes. I just wanted to say the Ministry of Gender. First of all, we recognize that in Kenya, since 2016, we have a ministry responsible for promoting gender equality and women empowerment. And many times, whenever I talk about gender, we tend to think gender is about women. Gender is about both men and women. Therefore, what the State Department does, we do policy and coordination, and our policies are anchored within the Constitution 2010. Within the policies, we have also come to realize that unless we are very participatory in the policies that we make to respond to issues of gender equality and women empowerment, and also we have to be more centered around partnership and the coordination, because we can have a policy, that's one part of the story. In fact, we say having a policy, regulation and registration is 10% of the job, but implementing and measuring progress makes the other 90%. So how do we have several policies, which I don't want to list them here, but I just want to appreciate that in government, with the other development partners, civil society, NGOs, we work through what we call sector working group, gender sector working group, which brings everybody to the table. And within that table, we have biannual meetings where we report our plans and we also report our achievements. Let me quickly say one of the thematic areas within the gender sector working group where private sector is very much participating on that table. Flora, I know you are aware, Eva Muraya, Karaoke, Caroline, we have really been working around that, and I'm very happy that recently they launched the gender policy for the private sector. I think this is all very helpful. Within the gender sector working group, we look at the thematic area leadership and decision making as a theme, because if women are not at the leadership across, not only just being leadership at the top, but even leading self so that they can make better decisions. And for that, we really value education and training. What makes a woman decide to show up in an elected position, show up to be a member of a board, show up even to be a chairperson of a kettle dip? That means some confidence, some feeling of worthiness to be able to say, I can be in leadership, I can also influence a decision. Where we find maybe being at the table very, very difficult, we even tell people, if there's no seat on the table, bring yours. Don't, in the leadership, when a woman is economically empowered, her children will go to school, she will put food on the table. If her child is sick, they'll take to hospital, and many more values. That is the center of the family. For me, being in the ministry that looks after children, the elderly, the women, the youth, people living with disability, and recently we have also started removing the very marginalized, like windows for a special product. A special product for the widows, because if we lump everybody together, sometimes we might not reach out. Therefore, it's very important working on women economic empowerment, and that goes where the government has given Women Enterprise Fund, and many other banks have come up and organizations to support women in business. And if you ask me, women economic empowerment, it is the determinant, because it can bring everything else on the table. We also work around gender-based violence, and you think that has been really a barrier to women progress, because any violence, physical, mental, and emotional maintained to anybody because of their gender, it is a really barrier to progress and it dents one's confidence and image. So we sit at the table and find what are the causes of gender-based violence, what are the early warning, how should we collectively as a government and with all the other partners confront fighting gender-based violence. We also work around women in peace and security, because sometimes women are also looked at as victims. But women are also custodian of peace. They are custodian, or they know where the early warning could appear within a community, within a family. So those 4 thematic areas have been very, very useful towards moving gender equality in this country. But the best news, it might be a little bit old, about 2 weeks ago, Kenya won the African Gender Award through the African Union. The solemn declaration of gender equality in Africa is a tool used to measure how countries are making progress and recognize the head of state for that country. So in that instrument, they measure access to education for women, access to health. They also measure human rights, access to retroviral, reducing the HIV/AIDS, economic empowerment, about 6 areas that are measured. And the good news is the fact that we have all been working very hard toward gender equality, and an external evaluator can look at us and say, yes, Kenya has won the African Gender Award 2022, which was received by His Excellency the President, who is a major champion of women empowerment in this country. I want you to give our President a clap. I have no doubt in my mind that even the incoming government should value women participation more than anybody else, because they find a very strong foundation where His Excellency the President Uhuru is recognized globally. You remember when he was in Canada in a conference called Women Deliver, he announced Kenya is ending FGM by the year 2022. And he came back in the country, put it through cabinet, and that is the plan we are implementing across the ministries. But are there lessons learned? Yes, let me mention 1 or 2. That political goodwill, and I'm glad Charles here says even right at the board, they have sat and listened and learned what does it mean to be more inclusive, to value gender diversity. So with that political will, because we know a lot of other organizations have said lip service to gender equality or inclusion, and they say, oh, do you have gender policy? No, we don't need it, because we have quite a number of women around here. Do you hear that? That is top level management. Or I'm sometimes asked, but why do we need so many women? Then I realize that that organization is very far. So political will, let's see, what does it take? We seated here to influence our top decision-making people at the organization or in the government to really find that they support gender inclusion and diversity. Of course, a very effective coordination framework is required, because you find the gender, everybody works around the gender. But if everybody works around gender, nobody works around gender. Have you ever heard that phrase? It is everybody's work, and finally it is nobody's. So having that clarity, and that's why I go back to what UN Women has helped us work through Gender Sector Working Group. Because we can't do everything as government, but bringing every corner, putting on the table and say, what plan are you pursuing? Where are you now? Where did you report? And finally, another lesson is accountability. We must be held accountable for what we have said we are going to do. May it be annually, and I think that's why it is very important to have a very clear plan of what you're implementing in gender equality, and measure it and be able to make a difference. Finally, I would say also another lesson is data and statistics. If you don't have data to say, maybe at the cabinet, They are, now I think we are at the one, which we have satisfied the requirement of the Constitution. At the judiciary, they are almost at the 45. At the executive, at the top level, we can say we are at the 1%. But there are all other statistics that you need to segregated. How many girls are falling out of school? Do you have that data? And at what age? How does it compare maybe 5 years ago and now with the COVID? So having the data, data speaks, research speaks, because it will be able to give us the information that can be used to advise or inform policy. Therefore, with that, I think I've touched very broad areas, but generally it just goes to say how we need to work together to improve gender inclusion and diversity in our country, and not gender equality and women empowerment for the sake of it. I totally believe gender equality, it is not an end to itself, but it is a means for a better inclusive future where everybody will have a better quality of life for all. I think that's why gender, so we should not think when we achieve gender equality, we have really achieved much, but it will help us have a better inclusive, better quality of life for all, just as spelled out in Sustainable Development Goals, or is also in Kenya Vision 2030. Let me stop here. I think I've already said quite a lot. Sometimes maybe it's good that I keep quiet, and if there's an opportunity for question and answer, I would be more specific. But I tell myself, if I look back 20 years ago, some things I waited to do, I wish I did them 20 years ago. Do you feel like that? That you don't have to wait to be called up to do something. If you believe we need to do it now, I think it's an advice I can share with you. If there's not something you want to do about gender inclusion, gender diversity now, at the family level, at the community level, at the church level, do it now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Waziri. One more round of applause for Professor Margaret Kobia for your inspiring words. There is no time like the present. And as she mentioned, we want to open up to a few questions. This is a very rare opportunity where you get to interface with government. How many times do you get to talk to a cabinet secretary and ask those pertinent questions, at least on what she shared? So I believe we have a roving mic moving around. So if there's any questions in the room for Waziri, and we'll also be doing the same for Honorable Betty Maina. All right, we have a room full of vibrant women. I'm sure there has to be a question or two. Don't make me come to you. Any questions in the room? Fantastic. We have a hand right here in the front. Do we have another in the back? And a hand right at the center, just behind the camera crew. Kindly introduce yourself.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Emma Kithinji from the Kenya School of Revenue Authority, and I'm also one of the founders of Women in Public Service, a movement that we are about to launch in 2 weeks' time. And my question to CS Kobia, you have been in this journey for quite some time. As a woman, what has been your biggest challenge? And number two, you have told us about the present, the now. Have you seen, in your ministry, have you seen women trying to be present? What I'm trying to ask is this, have you seen women trying to be present in government? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take another right at the middle of the room. If we can get the mic to the lady, she has her hand up. Center table. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. It's my pleasure to be here. My name is Kari. My question to Prof. or question and checking. I work with NGO. Personally, I also have some stuff that I do for women back in the village, trying to reach out to the women through, I also do mediation. So I have seen a lot of need back in the counties or in the villages, and trying to reach out to the women, there is a lot of need. They have not been reached by many of the programs that are offered, maybe by the government. I would really like to check how we can have such women reached, especially to reach out to those people that are leading to help the women get the government intervention. We've been doing, trying to work with organizations that are in the local area. Like, let me mention in Chogoria, there is an organization called Village Hope Corps. They try to reach the women, screening, cancer screening, and all that, a lot of stuff. And I would really like to ask Prof how we can be able to get help from the government so that we can be able to reach many women. There are many women who are really wanting, from the groups that I have seen or the groups that I'm dealing with, on land ownership, titles, and all that. So from illnesses, sickness, from widows not able to gain, what did I say? Land ownership to, health, land ownership, and all that. So I would like to know what the government would do for us who are trying to reach out to those women so that we can have more women on the ground being able to do their businesses and at least being able to take their children to schools and standing on their own, because that is still a very, very major problem. As much as the government, we really appreciate what the government is doing, there is still a very big gap back in the counties. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we'll have to leave it there in the interest of time, but I'd like to call on Waziri to come up to respond to those questions. One, on your personal experience, also increasing the visibility and effectiveness of women in government, and of course, strengthening the social protection programs in the grassroots. Waziri, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for those questions. That goes a long way to tell me that a good feedback that people are listening. So from Kare, if you don't get a question, you just go wondering, was it their feedback? But I'm happy that two questions have come up. One is from Kare, what has been my biggest challenge along the journey? I think everyone experiences one challenge or the other, and she wants to say, which is my biggest? I think as maybe you start your career and you grow in your career, and of course the responsibility if you're in the public service, I think one of the biggest challenges that I have faced is where you meet a lot of negative cultural practices. So whatever you try to do, you realize that the culture, and it will vary from one community to another, that where the culture has placed women is always like in the second seat or the second level. And I have experienced that, and for me to be able to go around that, then it's also very important. I've always been very clear, what do I want to achieve? Therefore, and then find who else can help me realize what I want to achieve. So those, you always find, because of culture, a lot of what you want to do, the first answer is like, you can't do that, no. Then you have to tell yourself, no, but I am very clear, clarity of what you want to achieve. So if we are, and I think if all of us, we are trying to create awareness that there should be no discrimination against women and men, everybody should have an equal opportunity, that has been more or less the biggest challenge, that the equal opportunity will not just come. You have to go and look for it. And once you are comfortable that you have to go and get it, then you must be willing to encounter a lot of other challenges, that you can't do it, or this is not the way we do it around here. And for me, especially when I became the Director General of Kenya School of Government, first of all, I was the very first woman since 1964. People, my staff had an issue of, now, what do we call you? Do we call you Bwana Director? Or and many times they say so. But you can see that also can disturb you if you, especially you are not kind of getting comfortable with that process, that those cultural negative norms will always be surrounding us, and they can really be discouraging. And of course, as I said, every time you will be reminded that you are a woman, and a woman is expected to behave in a certain way. Therefore, that is something in my life I've had, that I have always kind of to force my way so long I'm doing the right thing. And I believe everybody gets a challenge and they're able to go around it by getting credit of what you want to achieve. I also said, I told my inner self, if you want it to happen, it's up to me. Are we together? So, because whenever you get a problem and you think it belongs elsewhere, then even your brain does not open for option. So, if I want to apply for a job and I feel I have the competencies that I have, I don't have to ask approval from anybody, but if those affirmations come, well and good. But sometimes you can say, I think, and when I was the chairman Public Service Commission, and I think that is going to the second question, you'll find, yes, jobs will be advertised. CEO of this and that in public service, commissioners in this and this commission. And some of the people I know are good, they will not apply. They will think that position belongs to somebody else. Just show up, put up your application, and they see what happens. And that, in fact, in many cases, the jobs I've gotten, I have put application just to see what happens. It's not so that I'm dying to have it, but since I meet the qualification, I think it's also something that I think as women, once we believe that's what we want to do, I think go ahead and do it. I am also one of the people who believes that not every woman wants to be a CEO, but just be good in whatever you do. Even if it's looking after the children, even if it's whatever, if you are teaching, just be good in what you are happy doing. But if you are also thinking of a leadership position, then do whatever it takes to be able to reach at that level and be prepared to find all the knowledge, find all the whatever it takes to do that job. The second question, do women try to be present in government? In fact, the Constitution tells us at hiring level, you should actually be equal. Nobody will, when you are being interviewed, nobody will look at you because you are a woman. They look at you because you have competencies required for the job. So at entry, we have realized in government, we are more or less 50, we are 50-50 actually in most of the areas. Therefore, I have seen a lot of women, and especially through internship, through career entry, through what we call emerging leaders in the public service, they are all 50-50. But we see a different pattern when it reaches to become a middle level and the senior level. They start reducing. And for one reason, I think that's why it is very important, like I stand big here, that they create that environment that supports women who are competent to climb around the radar. Because you can see that we start at 50-50, by the time we reach middle level, maybe we are already 30-40, and by the time we reach top level, we are getting 20% of women. So that journey must also be something supported within the institution environment, so that if we do not have supportive structures and policies within the organization, that you can be able to say, this organization has gone a little further to make sure when women is either proceeding on maternity leave, she is supported the number of the days that she needs, and also when time comes, she does not mean a promotion because she was on maternity leave. So you understand all those, how do we make an environment very supportive for women to climb up even when we have 50-50 at entry. The second question for career, which there are huge needs on the ground, and there's that feeling like government is doing something, but we are not reaching out. Maybe we can say we reach out maybe 50%, maybe another 50% is not reached out. And that we can be able to share some of the contacts, and especially make use of the government websites, look for information online to be able to find out how do you work with the communities. Because right now, in every county, there are NGOs working around the gender sector. In fact, 40% of NGOs work around gender issues. Of all other areas they go into, the gender sector is found quite an easy entry. Two, you'll find where in government, if you are able to access the office of the chief, there's a lot of importance on how funding for women, funding for youth. If you're able to find the office of DCC, all government offices can give you information. But now, you don't even need to go to the physical office. You can even go to Duma centers. You can also go online. There's a lot of information of what is happening both with the government, private sector, civil society, so that we can be able to reach out those women. And I want to thank Standback because right now they have even gone to the market, Keberegwe market, Gakoromone market, to meet the needs for women. And while there, I think they'll be able to share that awareness. And I'm sure this, at the end of it, what really matters is then now bring it all together to say, how do we know we are making progress? How do we measure? Because we can all be busy, but they can turn out being a busybody. But then are you focused in one big plan for this country to be able to measure progress regarding gender equality, gender inclusion, and valuing that diversity and the strength that they bring? Let me say finally, I think the most important determinant besides economic empowerment is the education and training we give to our girls. So because of the education and training, it gives us confidence, and I'm sure I will not be standing here if my mother didn't keep telling me, if you don't do well in school, you'll just be coming to be digging with me. And I actually said, oh, then to be able to go further and not be around this village is to do well in school. So when girls are dropping out of school because of COVID or for whatever reason, we should be very worried. Because a girl who drops out doesn't seem to get opportunities, then we should do what do we need to do to make sure girls are retained in school at least up to Form 4, and then thereafter they are easier to understand maybe how they fight for their own spaces, they have their own voices, so that we have an equal world where everybody has an opportunity to maximize their potential for the benefit of the society. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Waziri, and for indulging us and responding to the questions as well. Much, much appreciated. Now, to our next speaker, this is a woman who I started covering when I was a budding business reporter. I really admired her intellect, her brilliance, and just how she engaged with various sectors. There are very few people who can transcend between sectors. And she was absolutely fantastic in the private sector and even more brilliant in the public sector now. I'm talking about Honorable Betty Minor, who has more than 28 years of experience in organizational leadership and development. She has a keen interest and experience in trade policy, regional integration, a public-private dialogue, private sector development, business and society, sustainable development, integrated development, education, corporate sustainability, government relations, and advocacy. So in short, I have no reason to even be here to introduce her, but I am. It is my absolute pleasure to invite our next speaker, Honorable Betty Minor, Cabinet Secretary for Industrialization, Trade, and Enterprise.
Thank you very much, Vicky, for that updated CV, which I clearly need in about another 6 weeks. So it's really a joy to be here this morning and really appreciate the invitation by Stanbic to be part of this celebration of DADA 3. And just thank you very much for the work that you're doing for the women of Kenya. It's good for your business, but it's also better for us as the women of Kenya. I want to appreciate the presence of my colleague. Like she said, it's very difficult these days to find two of us in one forum. So what Stanbic did is that they wrote a letter to Margaret and they didn't tell her that we've invited Betty. And they wrote a letter to me, and they didn't tell me that they'd invited Margaret. So I accepted, thinking I'm the, alone. and I'm sure she did as well. So that's very good strategy on your part. It's really great to be celebrating this product and listening to all the accomplishments in the 3 years that you've had. I've been asked to speak a little bit about the work that I lead in government and how DADA can plug in, or the implications for you in the room. So I'll do that because we also don't have a lot of time. Just because there are two of us at the same time means that we probably will run off in the next half hour to try and attend to other things. The work of the Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development, and because I'm also leading the Ministry of East African Community and Regional Development, is really all, it's a space where we find the public policy or government policy with regard to business, which is the areas that you're all working in. Our trade and enterprise development agenda is derived from national programs like the Vision 2030, and all the attendant medium-term plans that we pronounce every five years. The vision of Vision 2030 is to really transform our country into an industrial country, a middle-income country, and an industrial hub within for Africa. Under the economic pillar of the Vision 2030, we have identified manufacturing sector as amongst the key sectors that will drive the economy and to transform all our productive sectors and really develop very robust value chains. We also have identified sectors within manufacturing and basically the entire sector, manufacturing and trade, that we would like to be able to grow in and advance in our country, because you can't, you have all different sectors, but obviously we do the analysis and begin to identify which are the areas that where you can get the greatest gains as a country, and how do you nurture that. And I'll just speak briefly about some of the sectors that we have identified. In an attempt to ensure that you're really not just industrializing, but you're also expanding employment creation, you look at the possibilities within the country. Therefore, agriculture and transformation of agriculture and value addition and development of more robust chains in agriculture is the basis of our industrialization, because we have the raw materials packed, branded with some value addition. Instead of sending coffee in gunias, once again, it would be helpful if we have roasted it and blended it and decided what, and just added and made it consumer ready. So the whole, instead of sending vegetables in large crates, as you have noticed, it's also important to prepare them ready for consumption. So that's the value addition, and it really takes out from our agriculture. The other sector that we've identified as critical for employment expansion has been the textile and garment sector. And one of the challenges obviously with that is we don't have enough of the raw materials within Kenya in terms of, say, cotton and others, but is a large employment, it's a large employment creator, and we've got markets for that, but we've seen a lot of the garment sector grow. But in addition, those are areas, agriculture and apparel has possibilities of employing a lot of people, but it's an area where many countries compete in. So it's not going to be the area that really transforms Kenya into an industrial hub. So we also have picked what we think are high value sectors, like the pharmaceutical sector, like the Internet of Things, and producing things for the Internet of Things, and really at least riding on a lot of the transformation around ICT that Kenya has realized. Other areas that we would like to grow a lot in is either high value sectors. I think I've mentioned pharmaceuticals, but we've also want to grow and diversify in our mining and all these areas that are building up on our natural resources, though we don't have a lot. But with the recent mapping, for instance, that was announced two days ago, we think we'll be able to get into better prospects within mining, but we also want to focus on value addition in that regard. In order to be able to at least give the signals, because none of this work will be done by government. I mean, the actual operational part. All we can do within government, and all the government does, and in answer to a question that might come, what are you doing, is that we don't get into operations. We get into the policy space and the creation of a business environment that can facilitate that and facilitate businesses to be able to realize and basically pick up the signals. So in addition to the business environment that comes obviously out of the policies that have been announced by government, the other thing the government does is to develop the markets. It's one thing to say, get into value addition of your tea, but then where do you sell it? So we invest a lot of time in market development, and market development that government does is really through the trade agreements that we reach and maintain, whether it's negotiations at the East African Community, which is our local market, the regional market, whether it is within the common market for Eastern and Southern Africa, COMESA, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, maintenance of relations with key trading partners like the United Kingdom. Post-Brexit, we invested a lot in ensuring that we can send the signals to you as business people that there is a market for the products that are made in Kenya in that market. So negotiations of trade agreements is a critical part of what government will do. We basically have a trade framework with every market that has been negotiated and that is in place, probably with the exception of Latin America, where we don't have, besides MFN status, we don't have a specific trade agreement with countries in South America. But within Africa, with Europe, with India, with China, those are our critical markets. We engage a lot in creations of these markets. We also engage in protection and support and navigating those markets. When you get into technical challenges, I think I saw something in the paper this week that is clearly an agenda for us when somebody says, for those of us trading with China, there are new certification restrictions that came in at the beginning of the year are presenting some challenges. So it's now our responsibility to, using diplomatic channels, to begin to address some of those moves taken by other countries that have the capacity to reduce the market access and market penetration of Kenyan companies. So in a nutshell, that's what the Ministry of, of Trade and Industrialization does in terms of setting up the policies, giving up the signals, creation of the environment that would enable businesses to thrive, and creations of markets for goods that are produced in Kenya, and protecting and supporting those markets. Now, in terms of a business program such as DADA, we believe that, once you get the signal of where public policy lies, you can make your investments knowing that it is going to be supported in these three ways: by the policy framework and by the market development. Our colleagues in other sectors will also be providing the necessary support. The education, for instance, is really becoming much more aligned to supporting and developing these sort of skills and capabilities that are required for the sectors that we think can drive the Kenyan economy. So that is the alliance and the work that government will do. So for you as businesses, if you're looking, what do I do? It is a good signal, besides talking to your friends or copying what your friends are doing, is also becoming understanding if there is a great focus on, on e-commerce and on the Internet of Things, then even getting into production of components that would go into computers is something that is clearly supported by public policy. You've heard us talk a lot about our response to climate change, because that's also one of the that's one of the stated policies in the country. But now, if you're going to manufacture things that responds to handling climate change and adaptation, getting into electronic vehicles and other such things, you're really responding to government policies, and those are announced not just in the medium-term plans, but you also pick up indications of public policy from the statements that we make around budget. When you read about the incentives that government is giving for certain sectors, that is a signal of the areas that government would like investment in. So I think one of the first things was to say, how can DADA leverage and grow enterprises, is really becoming aware of the signals that are being sent by government in terms, by focusing on the statements that we make and the policies that we make. The second thing is to also focus on delivering for all the different markets. We've talked a lot, for instance, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Even if we haven't, we went into commercial trading, commercial actions at the beginning of last year. And it is work I would also like, if you want to export to Nigeria, for instance, a product that you think is needed, then the point is the market is open. And the rest of it, programs like yourselves, the banks can engage in helping clients here understand the needs in that other market and facilitating the relationships, even linkages with buyers on the other side. So we really want to encourage, the banks and others who have presence across the continent to also link up their clients within Kenya and in those other countries. And finally, through our different agencies, we support in our little way. We don't have a lot of money, but we like partnerships, as has been mentioned with yourself, say in Stanbic. We support the growth of small and medium enterprises, transforming, providing skills, providing space for incubation, and over time, with that little support, they can graduate and become clients of Stanbic. So partnerships with commercial banks, alignment of programs of commercial banks like Stanbic with public policy can be very helpful in really providing impetus for growth of programs such as DADA. And I want to thank you, congratulate you once again, Charles, Pauline, and team, for the initiative, for this celebration, and for the opportunity to work together. Asante sana.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Honorable Betty Maina, and wonderful initiatives there from the Ministry of Industrialization. Want to open up to a few questions in the next few minutes. We are about to hear from our chief guest, who is actually, I believe, online and ready to go. So if we can keep the questions a bit brief as we continue on with the program. We have the mic moving around. Any questions for Honorable Betty Maina? Okay, we have a hand right in the back of the room. Do we have another? Go ahead.
Hey, good morning. My name is Rebecca Magire. I work for an organization called Light Up Hope, and we sponsor girls through education, total support. So we avail school fees, monthly support, every other thing they might need. So currently, I'm heading the woven department, which helps the girls transition from the classroom to the industries where they've studied for. And part of the challenges I'm facing is that I have two general categories of students, those who will thrive in starting businesses and those who will thrive in, getting into employment. And so while I'm getting a significant rate of success with the girls who want to start their own businesses, I'm facing challenges with getting the girls who thrive in employment into employment. So my question to the cabinet ministry is, what is the policies that are being put into place to ensure that the entry requirements for young ladies is not, unachievable? Like, I'm applying for places for my girls and I'm hearing you have to have 5 years of experience and you're 20. So how do I reconcile that? And while we do what the previous cabinet did, where we just walk by faith and apply, we still get replies like you still have to have at least a year worth of experience. We are told you have to have internship, but then again, even it's become very, very hard to find internships for these girls. So is there like a way the government can ensure that companies are actually giving real opportunities to students to have at least internships, like a requirement to take maybe 20% of graduating students? And this is not just for girls, it goes across the board. And even you've also mentioned the role of internet in our modern society. And one of the other challenge I'm facing is that you have a girl, she has studied actuarial science, but when I go to talk to her 1 year after graduation, she's telling me I'm doing online writing. And so personally, I feel it's not a very well thought out industry by the government, because our girls, or rather our Kenyan youths, are being exploited for their intellectual capacities for very minimal pay, right? So what is the government trying to do to help the youth in such, challenges?
Great.
You.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rebecca. We have to leave it there in the interest of time. Waziri, if you may approach the podium to respond.
Thank you very much, Rebecca, for that question. My answer would be the answer that you find inadequate. So maybe the best thing is to also tell us, how can we improve the internship? Because the typical response we have given within government, an expanded space within government, is internships, which are managed by the public service. But obviously that is just very few opportunities. Flora here is the chair of KEPSA, and I'm sure that she can also speak. And perhaps when you choose to speak, you can also speak about what spaces we're expanding around internships. Because the formal entry into the formal sector would obviously just be through internships, but it doesn't take everybody. Sometimes when we are interviewing people for positions, even in my previous role, quite a few companies were interviewing people for scholarships or for other things, because I've sat on interview boards. Quite a few institutions are also paying a lot of emphasis to what you do outside formal work. What are you doing for society? What are you doing for community? What are you doing in church? What are you doing? I mean, what are the other? And there's actually quite a bit of focus. I mean, I used to ask myself, what's all this? Because I was sort of interviewing for something for so-called scholarships for Oxford, and they paid a lot of attention to how people are using their time and how they are volunteering. And I think this is something we need to encourage ourselves to do. If you send children off to volunteer at a children's home, you don't get very many that will do that. But actually, for some reason, it actually does count when you're being considered for other opportunities. So my challenge is that we definitely have the internship program. It may not be as much as it might have its shortcomings. Private sector has been encouraged, and I remember when I worked at KM, we entertained a lot of interns, and we channeled a lot of interns to the companies that I worked for. But those are very few. Most of us are in the informal sector. So if somebody is going to get some corporate experience, they might actually have to go and volunteer in your tailor shop or in other places where we are in the Juakali. So it's not an adequate answer. I'm sort of loading a lot to Flora to come and tell us what the rest of the private sector is doing. The issue about e-commerce is pertinent. We just launched an e-commerce readiness report for Kenya earlier on this week, and we find that I think in Africa we are the country with the third largest presence and utilization of e-commerce. So it's grown a lot, especially in the past 3 years under COVID. But it's doing that before we actually have a strategy and policy around it. So these things happen, and we're having to catch up as government. So the issues you raise of cyber security are topmost, because we realize that we need to strengthen that, building the necessary skills, building the necessary infrastructure are some of the things that we've identified in our e-commerce readiness report. So the team has actually, it's quite interesting, the team has actually retweeted this week for them to put together the first tenets of what would be our e-commerce e-commerce strategic framework and response and policy framework by government. And hopefully some of the things that the shortcomings we've identified, and we are identifying, because this is an area that is fast evolving. So clearly we are playing catch up in terms of setting in the policy space, but hopefully we'll be able to address a lot of the challenges that are being identified. Thank you very much.
Thank you once more, Waziri, for responding. At this juncture, I'd like to invite the Stanbic Kenya CEO, Charles Mudiwa, to invite our chief guest for the hour. Round of applause for him.
Good morning once again. It is my honor today to present one of the leading women in Africa and to invite them to speak to us. An entrepreneur, activist, politician, philanthropist, and a global champion for women and girls, Her Excellency Joyce Banda served as the President of the Republic of Malawi from 2012 to 2014, the first female to hold this position. Prior to assuming office, President Banda served as Member of Parliament, Minister of Gender and Child Welfare, Foreign Affairs Minister, and Vice President of the Republic of Malawi. President Banda was named one of the world's most powerful black women by Forbes in 2013 and 2014, and one of the most 100 influential people in the world by both Time and Forbes. In 2014, CNN named her one of the most inspirational women in politics. She has won numerous awards for her work in the global stage and was recently named one of our Politico's most 100 influential people in gender policy. She is the founder of Joyce Banda Foundation, which was established after receiving Africa Prize for Leadership for Sustainable End of Hunger in 1997. The foundation has served over 1.3 million Malawians. President Banda regularly serves as a panelist and motivational speaker at international conferences and fora, and has spoken at the International Conference on Women in Beijing, the New African Women Forum, the UNDP High-Level Dialogue on Good Governance and Women Deliver Conference. She frequently lectures at universities including Harvard Medical School, the Kennedy School of Government, the London School of Economics and Political Science, George Washington University, Kansas State University, New York University, among other things. In addition, she serves on the board of Nutritional International in Canada, board member of the Tana High-Level Forum for Peace and Security in Africa. She has recently been appointed member of the Council of Former and Serving Female Heads of States, alongside with Prime Minister Theresa May, and she is the founding member and chair of the Rural Women of the African Women Leaders Network, an initiative of the UN Women and African Union. She's an active member of the Club of Madrid and an honorary chancellor of the Ali Khan Institute in Rwanda. She has also served as a distinguished fellow with the Woodrow Wilson Center for Global Development. President Banda holds an MA in Leadership from the Royal Roads University in Canada, a BS in Gender Studies from Atlantic International University in the US, a diploma in NGO Management from the International Labour Organization Center in Turin, Italy. Jeonju University of South Korea conferred her an honorary degree in Economics for Excellence in January 2013. Willow College conferred an honorary degree in Education for her work in 2015. She also has an honorary degree from Colgate University. Well, I was going to say ladies and gentlemen, but it's largely ladies today. Ladies, it is my honor and privilege to invite Her Excellence, Dr. Joyce Banda, a distinguished lady and a mother.
Thank you very much for
Thank you very much. I wanted to
that
conclude by saying
introduction.
she's also a mother, a wife, and a grandmother. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that introduction, Mr. Mdiwa. May I, in a very special way, recognize the Secretary for Public Service, Youth and Gender, the Cabinet Secretary for Industrialization, Trade and Enterprises, Chair of the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, Country Representative of UN Women, distinguished members of DADA, ladies and gentlemen. It is my singular honor and privilege to have the opportunity to speak at this auspicious occasion. When I was asked to speak, I asked, what do you want me to talk about? But when I looked at the name of the organization, it says, Dare to Aspire and Dare to Achieve. I decided that I would spend these 15 minutes, 20 minutes, trying to inspire those that dare to aspire and dare to achieve by sharing my story. I have listened to the minister, the Secretary for Industrialization, and found that, I've heard very, very few speeches as powerful as hers. And having lived in Kenya myself in the 70s, I have come to respect Kenyan women a lot because that's where my journey started from. But I also know that you are far advanced in as far as opening space for women in business is concerned. In fact, the idea for me to enter business when I returned to Malawi started when I lived in Kereleshwa. So I decided that for me this morning, I will share my story in the hope that I will inspire one or two women sitting in this room. And I'm looking at all these beautiful women and wondering what is it that is new that I can tell them. But I can share my story. I wanted to start by saying that I should share with you that my experience has taught me that what Africa needs most are women leaders, and women leaders at all levels, from State House all the way down. And well, Kenya is still coming up, but now Martha gives us hope that maybe one of these days you're going to have a woman vice president. So for me, women must get into leadership at all levels, even at business level, at village level. Our countries will prosper if women are sitting at the policy formulating tables. So one question that I decided that I was going to answer this morning is, are leaders born, or can we make them? This is a debate globally. People believe that we can develop leaders, but I believe that leaders are born, and they are born with only 30% leadership traits. And I decided that I was going to go and do proper research, as the introduction has said. I decided to go and spend time as distinguished fellow at the Woodrow Wilson Center to look at the participation of African women in leadership. And while there, I bumped into this information that I want to share with you this morning. Number one is to say that as African women, we should feel proud that we have always been leaders. In fact, we were leaders before colonization. This country can talk about Cleopatra, Nefertiti from Egypt, Queen Amina of Nigeria, Queen Nzinga of Angola. Even in my own country, Malawi, there was a Namlangen who was a warrior, frontline. When the Portuguese came and were trying to demarcate her land, she went to war and they slaughtered her there. So what am I saying? I am saying that there's evidence that it is colonization that delayed us from participating in leadership even more than we did before, because we led our nations before the white man came. And it is written that it is the white man, it is colonization that even delayed us, because in their structures, wherever they were coming from, they did not have women in their structures and didn't know what to do with us when they came to Africa. It is in the 50s when our brothers started fighting for self-rule that we find that our women rose to the occasion and joined their brothers on the continent to fight for self-rule and independence. So we have women like Winnie Mandela, Betty Rose Chiwambo of Malawi, Mama Ngina Kenyatta, and women like that who decided that they were going to march together with their brothers, husbands, even end up in jail in order to give us the freedom that we enjoy today. Therefore, we've been leaders before. So when we say open up space, when we tell our men to open space at the policy formulating tables for us to participate in leadership, we are not coming from nowhere. We've done it before. We've been leaders before. And it is our time now to take advantage of the prevailing environment to participate in elections, in leader ministers, secretaries in our governments, and presidents in our state house. But it starts with making money. That is the key. That is why what I'm saying today is aimed at business women sitting in this room, because very soon you will find that it will be necessary for you to begin to raise your voice on behalf of fellow women, on behalf of business women, on behalf of your nations, on behalf of your constituents. When I went to the Woodrow Wilson Center, I found indeed that leaders are born. And leaders are born with only 30% leadership traits. That's what the books are telling us. That's what you find if Google. Leaders are born with only 30% leadership traits. And what society must do is to add the 70% by sending them, these girls, these boys to school, by mentoring, by having role models in society, by going to secondary school, by going to tertiary, getting tertiary education. That is the 70% every human being requires in order to become the leader that he or she was born to, was meant to be. I'm bringing this up because we live in Africa, and I don't know about Kenya, but in Malawi, 85% of Malawians are rural-based, locked up in abject poverty. So if indeed a child is born with 30% leadership traits, and this child is locked up in that poverty, in that village, will never leave that village, will never go to school, Africa loses future leaders, particularly women leaders. So what other challenges do they face growing up? You find that these girls at household level, they are not given the opportunity to go to school, they're overweight. Harmful traditions are all over the place, not only in Malawi, but in Kenya alone. I mean, if it is in Kenya and if it is not checked, she's mutilated. If it is in Malawi, she's cleansed. If it is in Ghana, there's what they call the trokosh. She's taken to the hills and offered to high priests. This girl child needs our protection and needs support and needs to receive education. And particularly if she's born with 30% leadership traits, Africa must protect and nurture this girl child so that we don't lose the leaders that we should have. And sometimes you go in the village church, you go in Kiambu, you go to church on Sunday, you find a woman who obviously did not go to school, but is leading the village choir. 30% that she was born with, that was never nurtured, that was never developed. She was never given an opportunity. And for me, that is a tragedy. So how do we correct this? We correct this by having women like yourselves, not only urban women, but rural women who are making money and bringing money into the household. So business for women is key because the household enjoys better nutrition, better life, and the girl child in that household will go to school because there's money coming. There's money coming because women are bringing money into the household. No woman shall have money at household level and watch her girl child not go to school. And that's why economic empowerment of women is key to social and political empowerment. Number two, we send our girls to school. Number three, we must have laws in our countries that will ensure that the girl child is protected. Here in Malawi, no girl child can get married before the age of 18. The challenge now becomes, how does government police that? How do they make sure that every family is not allowing their child to get married at 18? When secondary school is not free and there's no man at household level. So this girl is not going to secondary school. There's no way she's going to sit there until she's 18 years old. So political will is key, is important. The last time we came to Kenya with a group of champions against HIV/AIDS, we visited State House and we spoke to President Uhuru Kenyatta, and we were talking about mutilation and other things, harmful traditions that affect our girls. And we find that all leaders in Africa, the political will is there, but sometimes the capacity is not there to make this happen. Number three, it's role modeling. Laws are passed, girls are going to school, income into the household, but we also need role models in our society. So those of you who are urban-based and are doing well, you're making money, you're business women, you're graduates, you're doctors, ensure that you relate with back home. Make sure that at home you are modeling your role models, and it takes very little for you to reach out and empower fellow women. Graça Machel once told me that you are not a leader, you are not successful if you don't reach out and touch the life of another girl child. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while at the Woodrow Wilson Center, I then wrote a book. I wrote a book that you can find on the website, on the Global Center for Global Development website, and you can read the book free, and it's titled From Day One. And in that book, I'm talking about this part, the girl child, the life of the girl child, why it is our moral obligation, whether we are in business or we are secretary for industrialization, or you are former president of Malawi, to make sure that our girls are protected. Because if you look closely, Kenya, Malawi, we are all perpetrators. Our girls are suffering between the ages of 0 to 10. So the book that I've written is about, when I called it From Day One, I'm talking about the African girl child's life from day one, age 10. So much happens during that time that might impede her progress and might stop her from becoming the leader that she was meant to be. My mission in life, now coming back to my story as Joyce Bam. So what happened? I first drew my mission statement when I was age 31. In case I'm talking to women that some of them haven't got mission statements, and I was looking at the other lady who was asking a question. She's very young, and it is the perfect time, if you haven't got a mission statement, to draw it now. To ask yourself and ask God, what is it that He has put you on this earth for? What are you supposed to do in life? You can't sit there and just say, wake up, go out, come back, sleep, go out, and you don't know what is your purpose in life. You can't just concentrate on just making money and then you don't have a vision, a clear plan of how you want to spend your life. I say this because there's so much to do. There's so much that you can do. And if you waste your life copying what other people are doing, you find that before you know it, you're old. I was 40 years the other day. My husband brought in a cake and said, we must celebrate this day. It's a special day for you. I was turning 40 years old. I'm 72 today. I don't know what happened. Time goes very fast. And you want to look back and say, I lived my life to the fullest. I achieved all I needed to achieve. You don't want to live 72 years and then look back and you achieved nothing. I mean, you can make money for yourself as a business person, but is that it? Is that adequate? I have always said wherever I've spoken to girls and women, I've lived an extraordinary life, but it's a decision you must make. And that decision, you can make it today. I want to live an ordinary life. And indeed, so you wake up, you go to work, you make money, come back. But you can also decide that this life is worth more than that. I will live an extraordinary life. I will do more than what I am doing today. But that can only happen if you have a mission statement. Mine says, I will spend my life assisting women and youth and girls achieve social and political empowerment through business and education. So everybody who has watched my life, my work, it is about education and business for women. So even when I'm foreign minister, when my president told me, I'm appointing you foreign minister, the first question I said to him was, what about the women and girls? How do I address that? What do I do? The president said, you'll find a way, but I think it's time for you to step up. I didn't know I was walking towards State House at that point. I was enjoying myself as a Minister of Women and Girls. Ensure that you look closely at the opportunities as they open themselves and begin to rise in life. Don't limit yourself. Fortunately, when I became foreign minister, Condoleezza Rice was Secretary of State. And so the two of us, plus 22 other women around the world who were also foreign ministers, we decided to form a club to assist girls. So you can stay with your mission and don't divert. Make sure that whatever you are doing in life, it's about what mission you draw for yourself. So what have I done? I have established schools, and I'm talking about my private life. I have established schools to continue with my mission to provide education. And as I'm speaking to you now, I have sent 6,500 girls to school and 1,500 to colleges, 35 of them medical doctors. You must get to a point in life where you must look back and begin to take stock about what you have achieved. Number two, as the chief executive said earlier, in 1997, I received the Africa Prize because I had mobilized fellow women. And I'm looking at you sitting there and just feeling so nostalgic about those days when I could sit with business women in a hall like this and discuss our future and our economic empowerment of women. And so by 1997, the organization I had formed 10 years earlier had reached 50,000 women. And that's how I received the Africa Prize for Leadership for the Sustainable End of Hunger. In 1984, I went to give birth to my firstborn child. And I suffered what they call postpartum hemorrhage. And this is those of you there who have done health studies will know that postpartum hemorrhaging, bleeding after childbirth, is the largest cause of death, not only in Malawi, but across Africa. So I was bleeding to death. Thank God my husband knew a medical doctor, a gynecologist, Dr. Chipangu, who came and saved my life. And I woke up and started looking at statistics and found that 1,200 women were dying giving birth that time. And for me, that's not acceptable. So I decided that I was going to start that war, that fight against the unnecessary deaths of women giving life. I have been fortunate that all I have championed in my life have originated from personal experience like this. The education bit, because my best friend couldn't go to secondary school because the family couldn't raise $6 in those days. And I decided that when I grow up, I'll send as many girls as possible to school. Equally, when I almost died giving life, I decided that I was going to spend my life, whether I'm in State House, I'm in the cabinet, or outside, fighting this unnecessary death. In leadership, then everybody knows that I am one of those. In this part of Africa, I was the first woman to be head of state. But what you must know is that Africa, those who have done research, transitional leaders who have led their nations are about 22. But in the recent past, six women across Africa have become presidents. But the challenges are many. For women who dare, the women who dare and get into State House end up suffering, and the challenges are unbelievable. And each one of us, it's as if we live in one country. Each one of us get to be scandalized, get to be persecuted, and get to be prosecuted even. But what I have found is being a woman leader is the best thing that can happen in that nation. For the first time in this country called Malawi, the president was a woman, the chief justice was a woman, the head of civil service was a woman, solicitor general was a woman. I mean, there was times 5 of us could sit down discussing matters of state, and we were all women. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to finish by saying that the challenges that we face in society as women leaders are many and numerous. And while Mr. Mudiwa has said my organizations have reached 1.3 million and Malawians, that went with a lot of challenges as well. And I wanted to share some of those that I found along the way. In society, when you're a woman leader, the expectations are high. So you have to perform 100% more than your male counterparts. The attitudes also become a challenge. But what I found as advantages of women is that we are brave, we are risk takers, we encourage fellow people, we implement social related programs that change lives. In my case, it was the big projects, but yet small projects. As you remember, President Kibaki came to launch some of the roads that we're building in Malawi. But at the same time, I was busy providing a Kawa family, a Gote family, a house in a village. So We built 500 villages in Malawi for people who had been in grass-thatched houses. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, people have asked, so at the end of your time, what was it like when you became president that day? What was going through your mind? My ascending to the presidency was not traditional, was different from others, because for me, I was elected together with my president in 2009. I was his running mate. The Constitution of Malawi says, when you are elected with your president, if anything should happen to the president, you take oath within six hours. If he is just incapacitated, you write a letter to the speaker to act until he gets well. Everybody knows the story of Malawi. I campaigned tooth and nail for my president. And what I didn't know is that he had chosen me as his running mate because he wanted the women's vote. But he had promised Malawians that the day I leave office in 2014, Joyce Banda, I will promote Joyce Banda. I will support Joyce Banda to build the capacity to become the first female president in this country. What I didn't know is that it wasn't true. So 1 week after winning the election, it was obvious that he wasn't prepared to give me work. By the next week, 2 weeks later, my husband approached him and confronted him because I had declined this position, but it was my husband who had persuaded me. The president promised that he would give me positions when he appoints cabinet. Cabinet came, I wasn't on the list. And everybody in Malawi knew that that was the beginning of trouble. But 3 years later, just one fine day, on 5th of April, I was told that he had collapsed. And then he died. It took 72 hours for Malawians to be told the truth that the president had died, because in the meantime, they were trying to get somebody else to take oath and not me, sidelining me. But the army in Malawi took charge, intervened, and ensured that the Constitution is respected, and I took oath and became president. The day that I became president, there was no fuel for a day in this country. People were sleeping at the filling station because there was no fuel. There was no electricity. There was no food for 2 million Malawians. And the fuel to take me to the funeral of my president was donated by President Sata of Zambia. In 1 week, I ensured that fuel is in place, but to cut a long story short, in 100 days, Malawians got together and celebrated because the economy was back in place. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, give a woman an opportunity and she'll perform. African women are master negotiators. African women are performers. They are risk takers. They want to do things right. There is a lot of persecution and there's a lot of mudslinging and there's a lot of smear campaigns. But believe me, African women have demonstrated that we can run our nations and run our nations well. By the time I left in 2014, the economy had grown by 6.1% from 2%. By the time I left in 2014, electricity was back to normal. We had overproduced food by 1.9 million metric tons. And we were actually giving away food to our neighbors. By the time I left in 2014, we had reduced the maternal death from 675 to 460. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, when I came in, the relations with our neighbors were at the lowest, and the British had withdrawn their ambassador from Malawi because of corruption. By the time I left, all relations had been restated and in place. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to come towards the end by saying that we as African women, sometimes we bash ourselves. We keep telling ourselves we can't do it. We believe what we are told, that we are not doing well as a continent. But I want you to get it from me. Africa is doing well and doing better than most. This continent of ours, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, has had 6 presidents. President Samia of Tanzania is number 6. Tell me how many presidents America has had. Have they achieved equal pay for equal work? No. How many women are in their parliament in the US? 18%. We are living in a continent where most of our presidents are appointing 50-50 women in the cabinet. African Union has achieved parity. The United Nations Secretary General has achieved parity, half-half, but out of the half, 30 are African women. We are great achievers as African women. We must never ever look down upon ourselves. And I keep telling the whole world that there must be something we are doing right, and that the world can learn a thing or two from us. But I have been asked that, so what do you think we need to do? And I've said, until and unless women are taken seriously, because we are doing well, this continent of Africa will continue to lose. I believe that we can make a lot of progress towards prosperity, towards 2063, and achieve the Africa we want by ensuring that women are sitting at the policy formulating tables. I believe that in 2063 can be achieved whatever we aspire, the Africa that we want, if we old senior citizens offer ourselves as the shoulders that the younger women can stand on to become leaders in our countries. We came up without role models, we came up without support, but we are here, and the younger women must come forward and depend on us, and we must be prepared to provide support to younger women to ascend to power in our countries. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we must also, as we get into leadership, open space, support business women. It is economic empowerment that is key. In countries where most women have not had the opportunity to go to school, to achieve a lot academically, this is the window they can have to empower themselves. And in Malawi, right now, I am supporting 5,000 women in chili production, because I find that agriculture is the easiest for women to enter, to grow. And then I'm just so happy to hear your Secretary for Trade that they're encouraging industrialization and value addition. For me, that is the way to go. What we must do is also to ensure that we send as many of our children to school, but that the education we provide to our children must be appropriate, must be that which encourages them to create their own jobs. I've been asked that, what are you a feminist? What do you understand by feminism? Are you a feminist? And my answer to, as I end, is to say that yes, I am. I am a feminist, but I'm an African feminist. I would like to advise you, distinguished ladies, and I know your age group always shout back at me and say, because you don't agree with what I say, but that's how I came up. We are not going to be confrontational. We are not going to march on the streets for equal rights. We are going to negotiate. We are going to engage the men. We are going to be talking to them. Because if we are saying men are the problem, then men should be the solution. So if we are, if here when this president appointed his first cabinet, women were very upset because here the appointed less women, and the law here says 40%. So the women went marching on the street, and I phoned the president. I said, the women are not happy. They are marching on the street. They are going to parliament to deliver a petition because they are not happy. You should have appointed 40% and above. The president said, but I'm in State House. Where are they going? We must confront, we must engage, we must discuss. They went back, I told them, I said, go and meet him and tell him your expectations. As I'm speaking to you now, we have 50-50 in the judiciary. We have 42% cabinet. 45% diplomatic service, and just now we have the head of civil service, a woman, the deputy, a woman, the solicitor general, a woman in this country. So it is, we are master negotiators, distinguished ladies, believe me. I would like to finish by saying that remember the following. Economic empowerment is key to social and political empowerment. So make as much money as you can. Money is not evil, money is power. And not only is it power, it enables you to do good. Number two, leadership is a love affair. You must fall in love with the people you serve, and the people must fall in love with you. Those of you who are thinking one day you can become politicians, make sure that it is coming from the heart. You love the people, and the people will very quickly feel it. It's a chemistry. They will love you back. Number three, it is not the number of degrees that you make, that you get, that matter in life. Rather, it is what you do with those degrees, that education, once you leave that institution of learning. Haven't you found somebody who was brighter than you in school, who got a PhD and so on? I mean, when you see that person, I mean, it's a sorry sight, and you wonder, what happened to this person? He used to be number one in every class. What happened? First position, where did that go? It is not the number of degrees that matter in life. Rather, it is what you do with those degrees, that education, once you leave that classroom. And remember what I said, we are master negotiators. So use your skills to negotiate and to shout and to confront. African women are master negotiators. Good luck, and may God bless you.
I think Her Excellency deserves another round of applause. That was incredible. And Your Excellency, thank you for the beautiful reminder that women have always been leaders on this continent. So it's not a matter of asking for space, but reclaiming that space that we've always had. So thank you for that beautiful reminder. I think at this juncture, I'd like to open to questions, and we have two designated individuals who will be fielding questions to Her Excellency. I'd like to call on Benta Opande. If you are ready to ask your question, please go ahead.
Just one question.
Okay, thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Cabinet Secretaries present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Benta Opande. I'm a teacher by profession, but I manage as a Chief Executive Officer an organization for women teachers. Currently, our membership is about 50,000, and our main agenda is empowerment of women in every area, including the girl child. I thank you so much for your presentation. Of course, I want to congratulate you for your illustrious career. I actually listened to your CV, and it's matching one for a very senior guy here called Professor Magoha. So I'm very, very impressed. My questions are two. Number one, we have a crisis in the country on early pregnancies because girls are getting pregnant, and research has shown almost 90% of them are not going back to school. How have you handled this if it is a crisis in your country too? Because as an organization, we have come up with a program that is going to tackle sexuality, education, and mentorship for adolescents, which we are intending to launch in July, but we would like to hear your thoughts on how this can be tackled, because we are losing a lot of leaders and a lot of professionals. And it is a journey that we want to walk with her, and hopefully until she becomes the president, it does not matter which political affiliation. We are running a program of our Sister's Keeper. So our rallying call is 1 million women for Martha. And actually we have a symbol, we have a USSD number, which I will take this opportunity to share with everybody, because I have learned through my career as a leader in the teaching profession that you grab every space that you're given. We have been for 17 years fighting to be on the table with the men in the trade union movement to lead the women teachers. We were seriously fought. So we decided to bring our table, and we are sitting with them. So now, what would you tell us, or what advice would you give us as the women who are working with Martha, not only for 2022, but to the years beyond, because we are seeing and hoping that she will be the first woman president in this country. And before I sit, I know yes, time. Before I sit, we have a USSD number, please, if you have a phone or if you have a paper, please write it down. It is *7. Rose is pushing me and I can't even talk properly, okay? Just a minute. Okay, it is *. Here I am. *789 *22#. I'll repeat. *789 *22#. Please join the movement, and thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Benta Opande. Your Excellency, I beg your indulgence. If we can take one more question before we hand over to you to respond. Dr. Gladys Chepkirui.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be asking this question. So my name is Dr. Gladys Chepkirui. I'm trained as an aerospace engineer, but also I have so many interests outside engineering, one of which is women empowerment. I come from a community where people are still asking, why do we want women leaders? And we're trying to support girls and selling our stories. I'm also a motivational speaker, and I'm an author. And that aside, so I would like to ask a question to Honorable Joyce Banda. Your story is amazing, and you're really inspirational. I've been reading about powerful African women, and you are a role model. So thank you for sharing your story today. And like they say, success leaves clues. So I'm curious to know, when you look back 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, when you were at my age, what is one thing that you did intentionally that you think set you apart to occupy powerful roles that you have occupied today, something that I and many young women can learn from? And thank you so much. You are an inspiration.
Thank you, Dr. Chepkirui. Over to you, Your Excellency, to respond.
Yeah, I am sorry that I'm rushing. I have to be somewhere 4 hours away, but I am truly grateful for the questions. I wish I had a lot of time. Early marriage and the early pregnancies. That is the challenge we are facing too. And we have found that with the COVID, the numbers have even increased. In Malawi alone, 200,000 girls have dropped out of school due to early marriages and pregnancies. Me, in my opinion, I'm thinking that this is something that should be tackled by both unions and the civil society, but with government as well. For example, as I said earlier, in Malawi, no girl child should get married at 18 by law. But you find that the 13-year-olds, 12, 14-year-olds are having babies. And not only that, they are actually getting married. When you investigate, you find that most areas, especially poor areas, the girls are not going to school because secondary education is not free. So that is why it is government's responsibility first. Create an environment where the children thrive. The children go to school. There's nothing that stops them because they can go all the way to secondary school for free. That for me, I don't know about Kenya, but in Malawi, education is not free. And that is the excuse they give us, that the child has to get married earlier because there's nothing else we can do, because this child cannot go to secondary school, because we cannot afford. And I think arrests too must take place. And the police, the government machinery, governance institutions, the police must make sure that the law is followed. For example, in Malawi, if the law says 18, then some people must pay for it, must go to jail. Some of the harmful traditions are also affecting our girls. And in Malawi, a girl at 9, 10 years old, in some traditions, they go for initiation. And what they are being told is that they must get married. So by the time this child is 12 years old, she's very much aware. As you may have heard about the highly publicized Eric Niva case, which was even on BBC, that there are some tribes, even here, that encourage girls to be cleansed at age 10, 12. So they find an adult man to sleep with this girl child. So even if she's not prepared to get married, she'll get pregnant at 12 if she meets this man that they call a hyena. So it is these harmful traditions that must be banned. Number two, this sister of mine is asking me about what is it that we can do, what I can say about Martha's movement towards State House. I don't know if I am allowed to say this, but what I'm seeing is very positive indeed. I mean, sometimes we are not acknowledged and we are not appreciated enough, but you already sitting in that room must acknowledge, must admit that Martha's entry into the campaign trail has changed the whole landscape in Kenya. This is from us who are watching from far. So if she loses, I'll be surprised. But what I'm seeing is very positive, and I think the advice I could make is that it is rural areas, it is rural women that will bring about that ticket, that win. Why? Because when I'm watching her, she has a very genuine message. She's very sincere. She's not acting. It is not staged. Those of us who have followed her career, she has been a fighter for justice, for people, for the poor, for women. So what rural people do, it is that they feel you are they feel when you are genuine. They feel it. The chemistry is always there. It is a love affair. And what I'm seeing is what I said earlier. If you fall in love with the people fall back in love with you. In my case, I have found that when the rural women were at 75% support for Joyce Banda, the professional women were at 35%. So concentrate on the Kiambus and the Meru and those rural areas. The people are listening to her and listening to the message that she has. And I believe, truly believe, I feel it, that things will work for her. The other question was what? What is it? The lady, the doctor, the engineer asked what? Can somebody remind me what question that was?
Yes, what unique aspect or character would you say has attributed to your success?
Okay. Yeah, I think for me, it is the love affair. I don't remember sitting down and deciding that I'm going to work towards becoming an MP, becoming a leader. It was demand. It was the people that came and asked me to enter for even politics, to every stage of the way. And what I have attributed that to is the genuine love affair I have had for people that don't have. If you come in Malawi, you will find it is obvious that my constituency is rural people. I love to work with those. That's why I'm rushing now. I'm going 4 hours away because I'm starting a big project where I'm going to be building 3,000 houses for poor families. That is my life. That's what I am about. In fact, right now, people don't understand why I don't want to stand for election again. But I am not interested. What I am interested is my calling. And I believe my calling is to work with the poor. And the poor have come to accept, to understand. And they did that a long time ago when I was very young. I mean, there was a time when I didn't sleep in my house for a whole week, 2 days. The rest of the week I was in the bush, working with people and supporting them and providing opportunities for business. So my advice to the lady who asked that question is that when you have your niche, when you have found it, fall in love with it and be genuine about it, because when you do that, the people that you want to lead feel it.
One more round of applause for Her Excellency Dr. Joyce Banda, 4th President of the Republic of Malawi. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, and your words, your time is truly appreciated. You've not only changed the lives of people in your country, but right here in this room, you have transformed lives through your words. Thank you once again.
But it started from Kenya as well, so I owe it to Kenya. Whatever has happened in my life started from Keleleshwa.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, and have a safe trip as well. Wonderful. One more round of applause for Dr. Joyce Banda. And on that very inspiring note, it is time to start having some crucial conversations this morning. We were to have this panel a bit earlier on, but of course time was not on our side. So allow me to introduce the panelists for our discussion. Women in Business, and we are talking about celebrating DADA's experiences in the field of business. So our first panelist is Ms. Flora Mutahi, who of course we have been hearing about all morning, a fantastic, amazing woman, founder and CEO of Melvin Marsh International and chair of KEPSA. A hearty round of applause for her as she makes her way up. Also joining the panel, we have Winnie Ngumi, the Managing Director and CEO of Space and Style. Round of applause for her as she makes her way up. We also have Pamela Makoha, who is the CEO of MediTrust Healthcare Services, joining the discussion. And last but not least, we have Margaret Kamau, the proprietor of Zarusa Trend, joining in on the discussion. Round of applause for her. Wow, what a power panel. This is probably the second or third time I've hosted you on a panel, Flora. Yeah, exciting. I always love having her. She's such a brilliant mind. Fourth. Probably, yeah. So can we kind of stand up, stretch ourselves a bit? Because I know we've been seated for quite some time. Yeah. Including panelists. We have been fed mentally, and also our hearts have been fed as well. We can stretch a bit, put our arms this way and that, and turn to the side. If you want to kick your legs forward, you can. Don't lose your balance. Wonderful. And then, of course, we can ask the team to also provide us with some water. You may take your seats. Thank you. As we get into this discussion. Great. So let me begin with you, Flora. Just in terms of, we know a huge theme in DADA is nurturing. And we heard that as well from Dr. Joyce Banda in terms of that being a very critical element in building and uplifting women. And when you're talking about the measures that you're putting in place to ensure your business, for instance, is there for generations to come, basically outlives you, what would you say were some of the things that you put in place to create that legacy?
Good morning. It's been an exciting morning. I've heard a lot. Quite glad I'm here. So let me begin by when I wanted to begin my business. I'm one of those couldn't be employed kind of characters. Went into an audit firm, did accounting because that was my area. But I was worse than my boss. Honestly, I would skip work. I would go to work for 3 days and not go for 2 days because I've seen an opportunity somewhere. And then when I come back and she was a lady, I say, oh, I've got something for you. Oh, I've got, So about 9 months later is when I said, listen, I quit, let me go and do my own business. And during that period is when I got quite a telling off. I think it began with her. We used to do audit, so there were several businesses we used to audit, and she said, what are you going to do? And I couldn't quite conceptualize. This was 20-something years ago, so this word entrepreneurship was even very cute. It was not there. So I said, I want to do business, and she'd be like, what is business? And I'd say, buying and selling, making money. That's the best I could get across. And she made me look at a couple of the accounts that we were doing, and she said, look at that one. 3 years ago, we were trading 10 times of that revenue. Look at it now. And she showed me a couple of businesses, and she said, whatever you do, begin something that will outlive you. And that is when then slowly a couple of weeks later is when I came up with the idea, and I said, I want to manufacture. And I believe just setting up that structure as opposed to trading, not that there's anything wrong with trading. I think it's more around how do you set it up in a way that it would like you'd say, outlive you. So then, of course, manufacturing, big investment, I mean, not big investments, but you have to invest in the machinery before you get into the goods, and this is where all the challenges begin. And I got my business to go on. And through the stages, I've just been able to either meet people or do a lot of reading. I say to be an entrepreneur or to do business, you have to be learning all the time. So just little nuggets I get from people, put in a board of directors, read, ask mentorship, coaching. I've been able to speak to a lot of people that have been able to just guide me through this process. But the biggest one is self-discipline, learning what is expected of you, and something I would like to say around design thinking. We are too busy beginning businesses saying, I'm a good tailor, and my tailor is here, thank you, designer. I'm a good designer, and this is what I want to offer the market. Yes, that is what you want to offer the market, but what does the market want of that tailoring or of that skill that you have? And I believe this is one of the areas a lot of entrepreneurs make a mistake. And I've challenged a few, and they say, but this is the sauce that I like. This is the one I know that is good. And I say, good for you, but that's not what the market is asking for. So for me, those are a couple of nuggets that I've picked up along the way that have really helped me get to where I'm going.
Fantastic. And I hope we are writing notes on that. I'd like to bring Winnie in. You have such an amazing story. Started business at 19 in the construction industry. And I'm curious, what kind of led to that in terms of your journey?
Good morning, and thank you. Thank you to DADA for hosting us this morning. Just to clarify, I didn't start business at 19. I was in college at 19. I started business at 27, straight out of campus. Reason I left so late is I studied architecture. It was 6 years with some gap years in there. Starting business when I had, the only training I had was a technical training in construction. First, construction was a natural progression because of my training. And because of that, then I found it easy, and I was passionate about it. And I think that's what we had with our guest speaker. She's very, 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 very passionate. It's a love affair. So I truly enjoy what I do. So there wasn't something, unique about me going into construction. Of course, I ventured away from my training, which was the design part, into the building construction material part. I don't really have, I specifically wrote a mission to go into this industry. I found myself in this industry because I studied for it, and I really enjoy it. The bit about going into business was because, like Flora here, I never really saw myself in employment. So I started business because I really enjoy doing business. And maybe unlike her, I did a couple of years, about 12 to 15 trading, and went into manufacturing about 5 years ago, like heavy manufacturing. Started small, maybe the smaller value addition manufacturing that CS Betty talked about in 2013, but the real manufacturing in 2018. So I think my advice is, do what you're passionate about. It becomes easy because you're passionate about it. Don't copy. There is nothing that is male or women or female. It's just what you're truly passionate about. And you can hear when people speak about something they're passionate about, it just flows. I mean, I'm truly inspired by, Her Excellency because of the passion in her voice. Yeah, I could, same as CS Betty, same as CS Kobia. And Flora here has been our leader. So we are truly, if you're passionate about something, then it doesn't matter whether it's construction, textiles, apparels, leather, whatever it is, you will be successful.
Fantastic. I think that deserves a round of applause because construction is not necessarily a natural field women will gravitate to, and I just love how with such ease you say, I had an interest from my training and I just flowed into it. But I'll kind of interrogate that a bit more. But let me move on to Pamela because you are in the medical field. You run a hospital. And, there are quite a few women here who could be aspiring to come into the medical field. What would you say are opportunities that exist that they could tap into? And what are some of the lessons that you've learned in your journey so far?
Thank you, Victoria. Thank you, everybody who is here. And I would just like, first of all, before I talk about the medical field, to appreciate and tell Stanbic Foundation, thank you very much for finding me. I'm here because of you, because you believe in women. And I have no words to say. To the dadas in the room and any women out there, grab this opportunity. Stanbic is there to help us, to work with us. Come to your question, Victoria. For me, medicine did not come naturally. I'm a nurse, I'm not a doctor. Most people, when they hear medicine, they think of doctors. I'm a proud nurse, a midwife, and it was maybe by mistake that I got into the field. After doing sixth form many years back, I didn't really know what I wanted to do in life. My father was a clinical officer, my mother was a teacher, and I was in between. But then when I was doing interviews, for college and all that, I happened to get through to, you do a lot of interviews, and I got into one that took me into nursing. Having done sixth form, I would have automatically qualified for a diploma in nursing to do what was called registered nursing. But because I wasn't choosing for anything, I just went for the interview, and I got into one called, I did a certificate actually for nursing, and this was enrolled nursing. And I went into it with the fear of, sick people, blood and all that. But then along the way, it was a 3-year course at Embu. And along the way, I discovered that all this is about helping people, When somebody is bleeding, they need you there. When somebody is sick and they're looking for help, it is you, and especially the nurse. Nurses are very close to patients. People might think it's the doctors, but a hospital cannot run without a nurse. You can run without a doctor, but not a nurse. So I learned that I had to have this courageous heart to be there to help the women. And I picked it up from there, little by little. I got courage and I did it. After my training, the doctors went on strike. Actually, 1 year. The first few months of my getting employed by the government, the doctors went on strike. And my husband is a medical doctor. During this period of the strike, he left where we were working and he came to Mombasa to look for, something to do. And we had a very young family. I just had a small boy. So we automatically followed him to Mombasa. And then we realized the government hospitals were very few. And at this time when the doctors were on strike, there was a big gap for many people. So we thought, if we had our own place, how would we help these people who at the moment are lacking care? You know what happens when the doctors are on strike. People die, mothers die at home and all that. So we decided to open a small place, and it was very small, 1 room. And we worked. I remember we used to work day and night. We didn't have staff. But then we did that. We didn't really worry about our comfort, but we were doing this to help these people. And with time, we've grown. Now, as we speak, I'm at level 3B hospital with the assistance of Stanbic Foundation that just helped me because it was just a small hospital, a clinic actually, and I really wanted to have the feel of helping people, like I'm doing it to help people. So we wanted a maternity. And we could not get that because of the finances. And I saw this application somewhere and I said, they're talking about women in business. Medicine and business have never gone together, by the way. You have a lot of empathy. And if you look at doctors and nurses, we are the worst business women and men. Because you don't look at the value for money, you look at the life value. So we didn't have money, but then we said, when I saw this opportunity, I said, let me grab this. And I just tried, let me just try and see what happens, like C.S. Kobia said. Just apply and see what happens. So I did, and here I am. I'm a grant winner of 5 million from Stanbic. Money that I don't have to pay back. I just have to give to the community the way they gave it to me. And now, my maternity it's not yet happened. I've not received the money, but I know it's going to happen, and I'm going to have a maternity. So what I'll tell the women who want to join into this field, 1, you have to be very passionate about it. Don't go into it for the money. There's no money in medicine. If you are genuine, there's no money in medicine. A lot of times patients will come to you, they don't have the money, they are sick. Are you going to take the money or you're going to lose their life? So, you have to be passionate about it. You have to be courageous. Seeing somebody dying is not easy. Going home, having left a very sick patient in the hospital, you'll not get sleep. You don't have time for your family. You don't have time for yourself. So please, it's a noble, very, very interesting and nice field to work in. Welcome. If you have daughters and sons out there, tell them this is the field to go. Employment, you don't have to look for a job. You can employ yourself. I'm here. I'm doing well. I'm a CEO. I'm a nurse. And I'm helping people. And I know I'm going to make money. Thank you.
This is why we invest in women. What an incredible story. Thank you for sharing, Pamela. And we want to wrap up the panel with your experience. Margaret, take me through your story and, what advice you would give to the DADAs in this room.
Yes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As for me, I would like to speak in Kiswahili because where my business is. Okay. My name's Margaret Duya Kamau. I'm a mother and a wife, and I love Jesus as my personal savior. Kile ningewaambia asubuhi ya leo, kwanza nimefurahia kuwa mwanadada asubuhi ya leo. Kuna wale members nimeleta kwa wadada nikiwaambia wananiitaga shosho. Ninawaambia mashosh wanajua mengi. Kwa hivyo mimi ndio niliwa introduce Tafeta Road Women, nikawa introduce kwa dada. Na nikawaambia vile kulipa, yani kukopa ni vizuri na kulipa ni vizuri sana. Kwa hivyo niliwaambia hakuna pesa ya bure. Wewe kuja, pewa pesa, nalipa ukiwa na furaha. Si tuko pamoja? Kwa hivyo ukiamua leo ni pesa ya kuenda kulipa wadada, ni kuenda kulipa dada bila kuangalia anything na nyuma. Na mimi nimeendelea vizuri sana. Kuna kijana wangu mmoja aliambiwa na bank manager, ukitaka kuendelea wewe fuata Margaret akuonyeshe vile biashara inaenda. Niko na watoto 9 na wangu ni 5 na orphans 4. Na wote Mungu amenibariki, wamesoma vizuri na ni watu wazuri pale kila mtu ako. Na vile sasa ningewaambia wengi, ukiwa mnyenyekevu kwa biashara yako na uipende. One of my sons ananiambiaga, mimi mamu natakaga uamke tu mapema, nikuone kwa office, at least kila mtu akija anauliza, "Is mama Mwaura here?" Samani nilikuwa nanunua soda kwa customers. Sababu wanabiashara wengi wamekosa kujua biashara sababu hawana heshima na customers. Me, I love my customers. I normally sell nguo ya wamama wazee. If you want something warm for your mom, you just come to me. If you want to dress, a decent dress for your mom, you just come to my shop. And I'm very happy selling those things, although sometimes I mix, but very little. So now, there are things that many girls do ask me. And today, nimefurahia sana vile watu wengi wamesema hali ya kuongelesha msichana awe kama wewe. Na hii ni kazi nimefanyia Mungu, hata naye amefurahia. Hata kwa kanisa niko na wasichana wengi sana, nimewasimamia harusi, hali ya keki, nikiwaambia yani ukitarajia kuwa mama utaweza. Kwa hivyo sasa mimi ni yule shosho unaweza kuuliza, mtu anaweza tembea na bwana yake mpaka wakufe, ninakwambia ndio. Mtu anaweza tembea na watoto wake wawe watoto mpaka wawe watu wazuri kwa nchi yetu, nikwambie ndio. Kwa hivyo dada, leo ningekwambia Mungu ametusaidia kwa hii band Stanbic. Mungu awabariki sana. Sababu hapa sasa hao wote wa dada si tuko pamoja. Kwa hivyo naomba tupelekane pamoja na hali ya kulipa deni ndio tuendelee vizuri. Bwana wabariki sana.
Thank you guys. On that very encouraging note from Mama Mwaura, I think let's move into a few questions for our panel. Just a few questions before we wrap up the panel discussion. So we have a mic like we had before, moving around just to get any questions for any of our panelists. Oh, and Flora, I believe there was also a question that in regard to prepping university students for the market as well, and what KEPSA is doing. So I think that would be great to respond to any questions in the room. I can see a hand towards the back, if you can get a mic there, and one right in the back, in the corner. Yes, thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Wanini, and I think for Pamela, thank you. I think I was meant to come and hear you today, because my mom was a nurse. She's a retired nurse, and my daughter wants to do nursing for the longest time. Not a lot of people will understand why she's putting her dream too low, but mine was to encourage her. So thankfully, September she joins into a nursing school. Thank you for that. My question to all of you is, what are you doing for the child who is below 18 years old to ensure that they have another plan? Because we all know this country, formal employment is very scarce. And a lot of the people who are leaving school to universities are getting into uni without hope for what their future is. So what are you doing as people who've gone into business to ensure that as early as 13, 14-year-old, people, children understand that there is an alternative to this country where you cannot get formal education? Sorry, not formal, after formal education, you don't get formal employment. Just a hope for the kids.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maureen Muhia, and I am a YouTuber by profession. And I would like to ask a question to the two ladies who spoke first. Both of you said that formal employment, you came to terms that formal employment was not something that was cut out for you. And I would like to know how you persuaded others to believe in your dreams and to believe, sorry, my voice is shaking, and to believe that either way, without formal employment, that there's light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you.
Thank you. And the fact that you stood up and held that mic is worth a round of applause. Thank you for that question. We'll take one more before we head back to the panel. Okay, there's a hand all the way in the back. And please keep the questions brief. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Effie. I'm in renewable energy. I'm trying to take up also to help the women that I'm working with around. But we're having a challenge personally because of we need the support from the bank. Thanks to Stanbic Bank, at least I've been assisted. But you see, when working with these women on the ground, you find out that some are still coming, like they want to work, but you don't have that the ability or the cash also to pay them after the job, because they're casual people. You're just trying to help those who don't have the job around us. How best can we work around, or the bank, or maybe goes to the Minister of Industrial, because mine is to, I'm working with I'm doing renewable energy also to help around with the domestic briquettes. And also we are trying to clean the environment. What kind of help can we get from them to help also, to help the at large, the people that you're working with? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we will now come to the panel in the interest of time. So the question, of course, to all was, what are each of you doing in your respective spaces to help those children under 18 to have an alternative? Because it's not always guaranteed that they'll find a job once they leave university, for instance. And of course, specifically to Flora and Winnie, on making that very treacherous transition from employment to entrepreneurship, and just what advice you can give from there.
All right, I'll begin with the first question. What are we doing to people below 18? I can only say I have children. I have 3. And all I do is I give them equal opportunity like I was given in my home. I believe when you're supporting a cause, and even Joyce Banda talked about it, you have to be passionate in what you do, and you have to be competent and able to do what you do. So for me, I'm very clear. That is not the age I'm going to impact, other than my own children, because they're my responsibility. Anytime I get asked by schools or anything to go around and speak, I will be available. But where I support people is, I have a program called Women in Manufacturing. When I was the chairperson of Kenya Association of Manufacturing, we started with a CEO, a Women in Manufacturing chapter, which has grown. And when I left there, I run it in my own office, and I think I've helped support maybe about close to almost 100 women. And the idea is I do coaching, mentoring. They said they don't even want the training; they want the coaching, the mentoring, and I help them in access to markets. And like I said, it's a passion that I have, and that is what I do. However, anybody who reaches out and says, I need support, can I help? I'm trying to think through life, I can't get a job, that I will support. But if I could just circle back to the question that had been asked to Betty Miner, and she'd asked me to speak about it, about the internships that we're able to give. Obviously, not everybody's going to be able to get internships. But we do know that the government has given a window. I think if you employ something like 50 interns in a year, you get a tax break, and I think you can break them up. It's a number we've been fighting for a long time. But in Kenya Association of Manufacturers, also at KEPSA, where I am right now, we do have an internship program where we are trying to encourage companies to pick up students to come and take on the jobs. Again, they're definitely not going to be enough. We do have also an Ajira program where we've trained, there's eBooster first, where we are training women, actually it's youth and women, anybody to sort of be digitally savvy. So it's a course. I think we've trained over 3,000 right now. And then we have an Ajira program where we are actually helping them link to digitization. So we're actually able to get the youth who we train to actually help government. I think we're doing judiciary, and I think we're doing now the small claims court, where they're getting jobs. And they're paid up to $200, $300 a month to actually help digitize. So we are also linking public and private. Now, I do agree that's not enough, but I also say now, and I say it to the youth, we've got over 800,000 coming into the job market per year. We know what happened in the COVID year and the next year, and we're still not employing at the right levels. Entrepreneurship is, being responsible for your financial ability is now something that a skill we are going to have to educate the youth. Any opportunity, any class, any mentorship, any coaching, we are really just going to have to get them there. But having said that, let us also speak to that youth. People come out and, like Winnie shared, she studied architecture, so they say, I want to be an architect. And they go around all the architectural firms and they say, I can't get a job. And that is it. I think it's around being creative now. I do know someone actually quite close to me who didn't follow architecture when they left college because there was just no opportunity. And when they wanted to come back, did that circuit, didn't get a job. And actually just walked into somebody's office and said, I will carry your files, I will write your notes for the next so long because I need to build my skill in this area. How long do you think it took that person to find a job eventually? Of course they got a job, but later. So again, we also have to teach them that it is now competition. It is, you really have to be agile, you have to lend yourself out there, you have to give before you get. So there's also a mind shift that we are also responsible to make sure that the youth actually get. So I hope I've spoken to the two questions, did I? To the young girl over there, thank you for a lovely question. How did I manage to convince people around me? I believe the biggest belief is in yourself. People will not always agree with you. People will not always believe in you. People will always generally put you down. It doesn't help that you're a woman. So my advice to them is just be strong, stand out there and put yourself out there. Listen to all the feedback. It's not bad. I always say, in there's something that can make you be stronger, but believe in yourself and fight for your right. I did that. I was almost thrown out of home. I was threatened. I had everything going against me, but I stood my ground, and here I am 27 years later.
Thank you. Thank you for the questions. I will start by what are we doing for the youth? So I personally believe in the snowballing effect, that if all your businesses are successful and you recruit, then we will take care of all the 30 to 40s, who will take care of the 20s to 30s, who will take care of the 15s to 20s. Because, say for example, in our business, we do run a training program for fundis. We don't get too many women, just by virtue of the industry we are in. But anytime we get a woman, we grab her, we train her. We also have opened up our factory to student visits from the technical colleges, TUK, TUM, Egerton, JKUAT, And we've opened ourselves. You can come, they come in groups, they visit us, we host them, we have talks with them, both genders. So again, we reach to the mid-20s in that manner. And it is in the hope that when you expose yourself to them and you show them that the opportunities exist, then when it is their time to talk to their younger brothers, younger sisters, they'll be able to inspire them as much. What we also do at, I belong to another group called Women in Real Estate, where we've come together, a lot of women in the construction industry, professionals, contractors, suppliers, and we offer mentorship to our young ladies who come straight from college, go to schools. So that platform also exists to mentor. But I think the most important thing is within what you're doing is to open opportunities to a young person. We take engineers straight from college into an engineering department. Most of them have not worked, and we train them, we give them an opportunity to make decisions. They make the decisions, they spend some time with us, eventually go. But it is just doing whatever you can at whatever stage to empower a person maybe who's younger than you. On the other question, how on the decision to go into business straight from college, it's not easy. I was one of those bright children. So my parents had extreme hope that I'll be a professional. And in my family, we don't have business people. So, of course, it was a tall order, but I stood my ground, and I decided this was the path I was taking. Of course, it's not easy. You have to stand your ground. You have to be very firm and confident and brave. And also, the most important thing, how people believe in your vision is because you have to know your vision. If you don't know your vision, where are you going? And if you don't know where you're going, who will follow you? You also have to be the most competent person in your field. So in 2001, when we started business at Space and Style, I swept the office, I cleaned, I knew accounts, I knew how to take off. If you brought a drawing, I could take off your quantities, I could specify for you, I could read your engineering drawings. I knew everything about that business. And as you grow, then you start delegating. You can delegate the accounts to an accountant who now comes and teaches you more things that you didn't know. You can now bring on engineers. You can now bring on salespeople. I was #1 salesperson. So you have to be the most competent person in your business. You have to know where you're going. And you can't be ashamed about what you're doing. I was the first trainer of roofs. I went up the first roof we installed in Kenya in 2001. Of course, everyone looked at me. There was a curse. What is a woman, I wasn't a young girl doing on top of a roof? So, but I stood my ground, stood there with the fundis. They cut cord, they whistled, they did everything, but I still taught them how to install the roof. So it's just that, and consistency and time. Time pays. Time is a very good thing. And if you stand your ground, then you'll be successful. So stand your ground, be competent, and brave. Now, I still want to add a little bit about the opportunities for the young people and internships. One of the most important things for women, and I think I like saying this because I'm a direct beneficiary, is you have to join a business membership organization. I chair the building and mining sector at Kenya Association of Manufacturers, where Flo was our chair. Through this platform, I did join the board of the Kenya National Highways Authority. And through this, and I can directly relate to the work that government is doing to support women and children. Because yesterday, at our policy retreat, yesterday morning, we received a training from the Ministry of Gender on gender mainstreaming. Everything that the CSS talked about is true. There are opportunities for women. There are opportunities in IT under the Ajira programs. There is AGPO. At Kenha, we have opportunities for youth and women. They don't come up. They don't take up these opportunities. We offer training. They don't come up. Women don't turn up. We offer training for women contractors. We don't see them. We offer internships. We don't see the young girl engineers applying for these jobs. So, but how do you know that these opportunities exist? Join KEPSA. Every week you'll get a lot of emails from KEPSA, from KAM, from Kenya Chamber, telling you where the trainings are, where the information is, you know, and please go. Most of them tend to be free. So I think the most important thing is join these platforms. Come here, join DADA. Anytime DADA has a training, go. Nothing stops you, meet someone. So those are the opportunities that will eventually help us, and we have to help ourselves. No one is going to help us. You have to help yourself. That is the only way then that we can now help the younger people, if we know how to help ourselves and get the data and the information because it exists. Thank you.
For me, I would just like to say, the young people, all they need is time, guidance, and good advice. If your daughter or son wants to be a nurse, please don't tell them that is not the right job for you. You are not strong enough, you are weak, you are not courageous. Encourage them, they learn on the job. I was really scared. When I first went into the labor ward, my first year in nursing, I could not look at the spill of blood that was on the floor. I could not look at a woman in that position giving birth, and I almost ran away. But here I am, working hard and crying for Stanbic to give me funds to run a maternity, to save lives. So encourage them, they'll make it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you once again. Kwangu ningesema vile mnaona hawa wasichana wakiwa wale kabisa hawana kazi, mtu akimleta kama kwangu, nami nimpeleke kwa dada, business kutoka 1,000 mpaka 5 million inaendeleza kasi. Kuna siku nilikuwa naomba, nikasema Mungu akinibariki, naweza kuwa nikinunulia kila mwanamke jugu karanga ya shilingi 1,000. Na ninajua with that, kwake lazima kuwe na kitu jioni. Na nimeona ni hivyo. Ukija Tafeta Road, wale wanajua Tafeta Road, tuko na young girls, they come to my shop, they take a sweater, they go and sell it, they bring back money. Na nimesaidia wengi, sasa wako na tuduka kidogo kidogo. Na kwa hivyo ningesema, for young girls, even now I have seen men coming to me, Mom, can you help me to do this business? Namwambia kuja, ninampeleka, tuko na market imefuguka sana kwa hawa watoto wadogo juu wako na energy. I know you know Isri market. It is now helping our young generation. Juu sasa technology iko very high, kwetu tukifanya biashara haikuwa hivyo. Kwa hivyo anakuja tu, anachukua picha ya kitu, anaenda anatafuta customer, jioni huu msichana amefurahia. Kwa hivyo ningesema for young people, we try our level best to encourage them to wake up. Mtu asigojee ati ile kazi alisomea, I want to be a nurse, na haoni hospitali. Mwambie kuna kazi ingine unaweza fanya, na ndio ufuatilie ile karia yako. Mungu awabariki.
Thank you so much. One more round of applause for my panelists, for Flora, Winnie, Pamela, and Mama Mwaura. You may take your seats. Thank you once again for your insights. I'd like to call on, the indomitable June Gashui to take us through a small musical selection as we get into our toast and the celebration of this event. Over to you, June, and the DADA Band.
case of mistaken identity. From the moment that I met you, you seemed nice. It was really easy to break the ice. Yeah. Now the parts that we are telling me, boy, you're just not the one for me. Say, sorry, 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 baby. I'm gonna have to ask you to leave me. I really don't want you to hate me. It's just a case of mistaken identity. It's okay, you know what they say. Plenty of fishing to say. You're just not the one for me. Gotta be on your way. You'll find your love someday. Hey, it's okay, you know what they say. Plenty fish and say. You gotta be on your way. Gotta be on your way. You'll find your love someday. Sorry, sorry, baby. Sorry, sorry, baby. Sorry, sorry, sorry. Oh. Sorry, sorry, baby. Sorry, sorry, baby. Say, pole, 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 baby. Pole, pole, baby. Say you're just not the one for me. Pole, pole, baby. Pole, pole, baby. Ooh, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen,
You know what they say. Plenty of fishing to say.
I request if we can be upstanding.
Gotta be on your way. You'll find your love someday. That's all I've got to say.
June Gashui and the DADA Band. All right, it is that time to celebrate. You know, we can't call this an anniversary, a celebration, a birthday without a toast. So I request if we please get up on our feet briefly, get the blood flowing and circulating in our legs a bit as we celebrate this fantastic milestone. And another message that I got from a little birdie, it is someone's birthday tomorrow, and they are in the room. That is the Stanbic Kenya CEO, Mr. Charles Mudiwa. So we'll also combine this with his celebration, 60 years. Can you get a round of applause? Oh, that's nothing to make a face about. That is a celebration indeed. Wonderful. So on the count of 3, shall we toast and celebrate DADA and, of course, Mr. Mudiwa on his birthday? 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday and happy anniversary to DADA. There we go.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Charles Mudiwa. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Uncle. Birthday, dear Mudiwa. Happy birthday, dear Mudiwa. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mudiwa.
Thank you, thank you. You may take your seats. And, okay. You are about to lose your MC thanks to a heart attack. Oh my goodness, that was a surprise of the event. but worthy of a celebration. Thank you once again. So I would be remiss, before we move a vote of thanks, I want to call on the executive team for Stanbic Bank to make their way up on stage just to introduce themselves. It is also your moment. You are part of birthing this baby 3 years ago up until this point. So if you are part of the executive team at Stanbic Bank Kenya, this is your moment to shine in front of the lights and the crowd. So kindly make your way up on stage if you are part of the team. Briefly introduce yourself, and then we can continue on with the program and move a vote of thanks. Fantastic.
Marianne Mishuki, I look after innovation at Stanbic.
I'm Steve Kalani. I take care of engineering for Stanbic Bank. Thank you.
My name is Wanja Florence. I look after business and commercial clients. So the big job of ensuring that women in business are serviced actually sits with me. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Anjali Haku. I look after client solutions, which has all the solutions that hopefully our DADAs consume. Very nice to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lilian Onyach. My department is Head of Consumer. My role is Head of Consumer and High Net Worth, the home of DADA. So DADA, Chief DADA, that's where we house DADA. We are also the people who will talk to you about zero fees for your house, for your car. So please talk to us. We have many of us in the room. Karibuni sana.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mary Runana, and I head the compliance function.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Pauline Baya, heading Stanbic Kenya Foundation. For those that are Pamelas in the making, Stanbic Foundation is open. Wale watu wanafanya kazi Taveta Road, we are giving, as our chief executive said, zero interest loans. So we are open for business. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Edwin Mushai, I look after risk in the bank. So the team that deals with some of the applications for the DADAs is supported by my team, including what Pauline is doing with the foundation.
Good morning. My name is Dennis Musau. I am the money man. I am the Chief Finance and Value Officer, and in Charles's minority, 40%. And yeah, my role is to ensure the bank is safe and sound and ready to serve you. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Alak Kohli. I look after the corporate and investment bank. And in addition to that, of course, I look after all our DADAs as well, together with my other colleagues here. Thank you.
Well, my name is Charles Mudiwa. My job is to make sure that not all the things I don't want to do, I do them.
Fantastic. One more round of applause for the executive team, Stanbic Bank Kenya. Thank you all. You may take your seats. And fantastic to see them.
Our company secretary and 4 women. Our company secretary, and head of legal, our head of human resources, our head of transformation, business transformation, and head of marketing. So there are 4 women missing, just in case you wonder. You do the maths and it's not balancing.
Thank you for explaining why the math was not mathing, but thank you to the executive team once more. One more round of applause for them and their fantastic work in driving the DADA agenda at Stanbic Bank. Wonderful. My goodness, time has flown. But here we are, a wonderful, wonderful celebration indeed. And I'd like to call on our final speaker who will move a vote of thanks, and that is Dr. Silpa Owich, the head of Women Banking, as we wrap up the event. Round of applause for her. Looking lovely.
Wow. Thank you. Wow, it has been a beautiful morning. To our chief guest, former President of Malawi, His Excellency Dr. Joyce Banda, our Cabinet Secretary of Public Service, Youth and Gender Affairs, Honorable Martha Kobia, Professor Martha Kobia, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development, Honorable Betty Maina, the Chair, Private Sector Alliance and founder, CEO of Melvin International, Florence Mutahi, Country Representative, UN Women Kenya, Anne Mutavati, our CEO, Mr. Charles Mudiwa, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Is it still good morning? Good afternoon or good morning. Okay, so as Victoria said, everybody here today looks amazingly stunning. Now, what an incredible morning we've had. It's indeed a great honor to have you all join us this morning and to indulge in a great conversation about the gender inclusion and equality and the impact that Stanbic Bank Kenya under DADA has done to support the women in Kenya. We're extremely delighted to have shared a platform with some of the most gifted female leaders in Kenya and the continent. To our chief guest, former President of Malawi, Her Excellency Honorable Dr. Joyce Banda, we are immensely grateful for your time and the powerful and inspirational speech that you delivered to us this morning. Thank you very much. To our dignitaries, thank you for honoring us with your presence. Your being here with us today has made this event worthwhile for us. Thank you for that. To our unparalleled panelists that were seated here, Mao Maura and the rest, thanks for sharing your thoughts, your business insights. Thanks for sharing your journey. At least you've told us how things are not easy, your challenges, and the resilience, if you are, to be in women doing business. We've greatly learned a lot, and we thank you this morning for that. The candid speeches and discussions we have had today have not only inspired us, but at least has given us an impetus to continue with this journey. The key role that you're playing in developing growth of women through our DADA platform. DADA, as our CEO said, was conceived because we identified as a gap whereby we felt that some women were not getting offerings in the financial sector, and we were truly dismayed at the number of women who could not achieve their full financial potential. And that is the reason, as Stanbic Bank, we decided to start the DADA proposition. And we're here to make sure that all women reach their financial potential. It gladdens my heart today, as DADA turns 3, because what we set to do, I'll repeat that. It gladdens my heart today, this morning, because what we set out to do was actually to empower women. But from the feedback you've seen here, we are not only empowering women, but we are transforming not only the lives of thousands of women, but creating growth opportunity for Kenya and the continent as a whole. As a bank, we are most proud of the DADA's unwavering commitment to supporting women holistically. We are talking about development and growth. In addition to what DADA is offering, which is financial benefit, such as borrowing, savings, investment, wealth creation, and mitigation of your financial risk, we as DADA are doing a very important role in providing other benefits, which is capacity building. As you've heard from the speakers, everybody's talking about education, education, education. So we are very strong in the capacity building area, sharing of information, networking, reward, and the wellness program that we've already shared in the morning, where we've been doing a lot of cancer screening.
I think our pillars are actually aligned to what we've heard from our chief guest. It's about education, it's about inspiring women, it's about wellness of the women, it's about women empowerment. So those pillars are actually aligned to what our chief guest has just told us this morning. Now, on the education and information pillar, I can confirm without an iota of a doubt that the training have honed our financial skills and perspectives that has transformed a lot of our women in business. I know some of the seasoned facilitators are here with us today. I saw Patricia from IFC. We've really walked the journey with the women to just make sure that they are financially literate and hence they can move forward their business. Additionally, as we've witnessed today, we have created a dynamic network of women who are able to network, grow, and flourish together. So please make sure you get to know your neighbor, make sure you get to know the person you didn't know so that you can network and grow together. As an institution, we are unreservedly committed to ensuring financial inclusion for women, noting that our single overarching principle in DADA is women financial inclusion. And we're extremely proud to provide an enabling environment where women can confidently save, invest, build their wealth, not just for themselves, but for their families. And you've seen the support that the entire Stanbic executive team has been here just to confirm that that is what we are here for. Going forward, we hope to remain a partner of choice for all women towards building their financial security. Our commitment to women will not and does not end here today. We stay tuned as we develop even more financial solutions specifically tailored for women to empower them and offer them financial solutions. So stay tuned. There are several solutions that you're coming up with, and these solutions are coming out from the feedback that you get from you when we talk to you, when we come visit you. So all the solutions that you tell us, we come and pack them, and that is what we'll be offering you as we move along. As I can fittingly end with the words of the former First Lady of US, Michelle Obama, there's no limit to what we as women can accomplish. The focused and dedicated women can achieve unimaginable. Thanks once again to our guests, the panelists, the invitees. I know majority of us are also online. Thank you for joining us. Our wonderful moderator, Victoria, thank you so much. We've had our DADA band. This is a true DADA band, led by our lawyer. She's a lawyer, by the way, by profession, Lawyer June. And she's been supporting us ever since we launched this incredible solution. Thank you very much. We've had partners from our Malawi team, Arnold and Catherine. Thank you so much for being a wonderful team. Not forgetting Madam Susan Mudiwa. Thank you so much. We're grateful. To our dadas, we have been truly inspired by your incredible journeys, by your bravery, and by your fearlessness. We are proud to support you, and we can't wait to see you in your next chapter. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Dr. Owich. One more round of applause for her and, of course, the team. Before I release you, just a quick reminder, if you can pass by the pop-up market, they have set up beautiful merchandise just to see what they have there for you. But thank you so much for your time. It's been an absolute honor and pleasure to be your MC for most of the morning. Goodness, I ate up in the morning. But have a wonderful rest of the day and weekend. I'm Victoria Rubadiri. Good night for now.
Well done. Thank you.
And one more reminder, we are sending you home with a hamper, courtesy of the Stanbic team, so don't forget to pick up a hamper to take home with you. Thank you.
Ooh, yeah, we're jamming. I wanna jam it with you. We're jamming, jamming, and I hope you like jamming too. Ain't no rules, ain't no bounds, we can do it anyhow. I sitteth in Mount Zion and rules all creation, yeah. We're jamming, what you want, I want. We're jamming, we're jamming, we're jamming, we're jamming, we're jamming, we're jamming, we're jamming. Hope you like jamming too. We're jamming, we're jamming, we're jamming, we're jamming, jamming in the name of the Lord. Ladies say, woyo, 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 oh, oh, woyo, oh, oh, woyo, 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 yo, 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 yo.
It's a hospital that started as a small clinic almost 20 years ago, and we have grown gradually to the point where now we are regarded as a level 3A hospital. We see a lot of patients. We see them through their illnesses, and when they get well, you can actually feel it, that you have done something.
We had really wanted modern maternity. For a long time after the experience that I went through personally, I lost my second baby at birth, and it was very traumatic. So we thought to ourselves what we would do to just make things change for the would-be mothers. And because we were constrained financially, we thought this would be the thing for us. If the fund could help us set up this maternity, we would make a lot of positive changes in people's lives. The journey has been exciting, very exciting. I had a lot of butterflies, but as we went on, I got excited. After the pitch, I felt more confident. I'm very prepared to win. In the next 5 years, MediTrust will be a big facility. I'll be having a lot of mothers coming in to deliver and taking their babies home.
My word of advice to upcoming entrepreneurs is nothing comes easy. It's a long journey. You start it slow, and you watch every step of the way, and you stay focused.
We hope you like jamming too.
Victor.
are a chosen generation. We've been called for to show His excellence.